All right, I think I'm live. If you can hear me and if I sound all right, hit that number 1 in the chat box. And if I sound audibly good, Kyle, thank you. Brett, April, Ramjet, can we get one more? I always like to get five ones, just to make sure. Michael, all right. Perfect, good. All right, well, looks like the mic is off to a good start. Well, good morning. It is August 4th. The year is 2025. It is Monday. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. And hopefully everybody is off to a good start to the week. Wow, already at 12 likes. Good stuff, good stuff. But yes, we are new week underway. And this morning was pretty, again, I'm trying to, is this like a middle ground? I'm not sure if there's a middle ground. This might be either you absolutely crushed it or you absolutely got crushed. Maybe there's some opportunities in here for shorts, to make a little bit of money right there. So it's not like it was totally straight up, but this move here was pretty powerful. So if you were short, hopefully you were a disciplined short. And if you, whoa. Look at this move. Okay. What's going on here? All right. $50 down to, wow. About a 45-point drop there. Okay. We're going to start off the live stream with some spice, it seems like. Although right where it bounced right now makes sense. On the 2-minute here, we have the purple line there, 50 period, simple moving average. And then if I bring over the 5-minute, you can see on that, right off our good friend, if you're not new to the live stream, then I know you've heard me talk about this many times before, but our good friend here, the 21 EMA, provided the bounce right there. But yeah, nonetheless, still a pretty intense bounce. Hey, Evil Shadex. Started trading again, a little rusty though. Yeah, take it slow once you're getting back. I know how that goes. I mean, trading in some ways is like riding a bike, but in other ways it's not quite like riding a bike. Like you can be a little bit, like you don't totally forget how to do it, but there is always kind of some rust that maybe needs to be knocked off. Session, good morning. I'm good. Hopefully you're doing well. Good morning, Soak. I should have stayed in that short scalp. Yeah, you definitely should have. Yeah, I agree. We should have both bought Bitcoin 20 years ago, too. All right. Is this long here, or is this the beginning of kind of the backside of the move? I don't know. We have that area of support. I'm thinking about a potential long here, but I don't want to rush into anything too quickly. We'll see. Suppose I could, just with a very tight risk. Either we get a bounce off this area or we don't. So I'm long. Blue line is my entry. Looking for a bounce off of the 21 EMA on the 5-minute, and then this purple line here on the 2-minute. All right, take a little scalpy scalp on that one. So a little scalpy scalp to start off the live stream. Hey, Kelvin, good to see you. I've been sending your link. Well, thank you, Kelvin. I appreciate that. Very much so. But good to see you. Hopefully things are going well within your trading. It's been a few, probably been at least a month. Because, yeah, a month ago, I was on vacation for a week. So, yeah. Because July 4th, which was a month ago, is when I flew out to start the vacation. So, yeah. It's probably been at least a month since you swung by, Kelvin. Good to see you. And, yeah, again, thanks for sending around the link. Maybe another long here. I've already taken one little scalpy scalp off the purple line. I've blown a lot of accounts. I'm still unprofitable, but I'll never... Well, I appreciate the hustle and grind, that's for sure. Got a journal. Good. Start to document some things. I'm not going to say a journal is like a holy grail. and I realize you're not saying this, Kelvin, but I think a journal can have good value. Do journals have as much value as what some people place on them? Probably not. But to say that a journal is completely worthless, I think is also a bit of an over-exaggeration. Yeah. No, I think I don't think there's anything wrong with the journal as long as you don't, swing to too far on either side of the spectrum. One end, journals are totally worthless. Why would they're a waste of time. The other end of the spectrum is a journal is going to fix everything. A journal is some sort of like magic pill. But it sounds like, Kelvin, you are right where you need to be on that road. You have not fallen into the ditches that are on both sides. As a reminder, if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. If you have never been here before, welcome. It's great to have you. No need to hit the like button because I totally understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that is helpful. So how's everybody's mornings going? Green, red, train wreck, fantastic, best day ever, worst day ever, meh, blah. Where are people's days at so far? Run out what I believe in, Kelvin. It's what works for you, man. So yeah, experiment with them. Green day, green, a little red. I don't mind that. I don't mind seeing little in front of red. Oh, got killed last night. I did not watch marks at all last night. What happened last night? I'm in 150K test phase due to the flash sale. Yeah, the flash sale is really good right now. So I'm assuming most people hear about it, so I don't want to talk about it necessarily every 5 minutes. But yeah, I'm sure I'll talk about the flash sale too, especially when it gets close to ending, which will probably be, I guess, towards the end of the week. I'm up 1,000 in the test. Very good. All right. Like I said, I'm starting to wonder if this is maybe the backside of a move, deeper pulled back. Already got my one scalp here. Let's see if I get long here. 03. Yeah, that's still over a 10. Is that right? Yeah, I guess so. I was going to say, that's like over a 10-point stop, but the distance here isn't that great, but we have a relatively volatile day. So why don't I just drop down to 3 contracts instead? Okay, I'm long. Stop line. Stop loss is that red line. That red line up above is just my first little profit target there. But again, I am long. Oh, don't do that. Don't just... Oh, come on. What? There you go. Thank you. All right, got first profit target out. Still could be a losing trade if this thing rolls all the way back over. But it'll be at least a more modest losing trade. Put my next target up there. So again, could still be a losing trade, but at least I got that one out to lock in a little bit of gains. And if this gets up closer to hitting my second profit target up here, I'll definitely move my stop into green territory. But right now, I still want to try to give it some wiggle room. But again, I am not out of the woods yet. I'm not in the sweet spot of trading where I can sit here and say it's going to for sure be a green trade. But I am at least feel a little better because I know it won't be like a max loss losing trade either. Since I've already locked in some gains, I've reduced position size. So that makes things easier, but not nearly as beautiful as when you're in the sweet spot. Oop, I just noticed something here on the 5 minute that could be a problem, but we'll see if it can curl up through there or not. NQ today. Yeah, this number right here is from my NQ trading today. This right here is from my MNQ trading on this account. All right, like I said, I'm long. Already taken off some profits, but wanted to see if this thing wants to try to push up a little bit more. Right now, what's happening on the 5 minute, and maybe shame on me for I missed this, is we have this dotted brown line, which was a pivot point. So this was a support, but the price breaking down below it, just classic technical analysis of the support is now acting as resistance. So I think there's a good chance it can push back through there. But nonetheless, yeah, that is going to be an area that's potentially going to be my problem point here. But if the price can push back up through there, I think you can get a nice little pop. So we'll have to see if it wants to try to curl back upwards. Is anybody else long right now? Give me a 1 if you're long right now. I guess if you're short, give me a 2. Am I the only person long, or maybe some people are short right now? We'll see. Or maybe, all right, Trader's with me long. All right, I like it, Trader. Kyle's just watching. Jocko's watching. Soak's just watching. Oh, Hoover's gone against me. All right, Hoover. Well, I mean, you're a nice guy and all, but on this one, I'm hoping you get. I'm hoping you chose poorly. Kevin's just watching. All right. Well, not looking so good for me now. And looking like I'm stopped out. All right. Well, so that was a losing trade, but at least I got one profit target hit before it rolled back over. And sure, in hindsight, I guess I should have just scalped out. That would have been an easy 2 for 2 start to the morning. But I thought that thing had a better chance to maybe curl back upwards. But and maybe here comes the move upwards after it takes me out. But if it does, so be it. Oh, come on. Really? You're going to go all the way back up there? On higher volume, too. That's a pretty impressive candle if it recovers all the way back up. The crowns are some sort of new YouTube thing that YouTube put into place like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Like, so like you, I guess you're the most, you're the second most active. You're the second most, I don't know, valuable. I don't even know how to describe it. Although I'm not sure who number 1 is right now. Who has a number 1 crown? I still think they have lots of, no, Kelvin was number 1, but now you're number 2. So who took away from you? Oh, wow. Where did that go? Oh, what a rat. Nothing like getting stopped out to have it curl right back upwards. Now look at the 5 minute. That's a nice looking candle there on the 5 minute. I got stopped out too. All right, well, misery loves company. Cheers to being disciplined, Trader. Cheers to being disciplined. That discipline will hopefully keep us in the game a long, long time. Well, I mean, it has kept me in the game a pretty long time, but continues to keep us in the game. Well, kind of a brutal move to everybody. Maybe shorts, that was enough money to make some cash on the shorts. I'm not sure. Hey, Rob, good to see you. But either way, kind of a tricky movement here. Wow. That is disappointing. But it is what it is at this point. Again, if you're just joining the live stream, I was long. Was able to pull off a little bit of my first profit target on this curl upwards, but then that moved down, took me out, just to have it come back up. So I don't want to say I'm on tilt watch. That'd be a little too overly dramatic on my part. But yeah, a little frustrated, a little annoyed. Well, we were right back to the 21 EMA on the 2 minute here. And as you can see, both there and there so far has acted as resistance. Quiet chat group. Wow, quiet chat. we are I don't know, maybe everybody's got a case of the Mondays. Like, I don't feel like talking. Nice to see your trade. I am new to this. Oh, well, great to have you. Welcome to the world of trading. Your target was 196. Oh, good job, Hoover. You got that. I'm going short at 253. Oh, up here. Okay, so you got a ways to go. I use code Clay. Well, thank you, Crazy Chris. Saved me 40%. Great job. Waiting to start. What do you mean you're waiting? You mean like you just used it, Crazy, so you're waiting for them to create your account? Is that what you mean? Had a good session this morning on London. Managed to keep a nice little... Nice, Rob. Congrats. Oh, okay. Well, cool. Well, thank you. You must have just used it then. If you're still waiting, then you must have just used it. So, yeah, usually it doesn't take too long, Crazy, for them to get your account, everything set up. You're a great trader. Loved your course, actually. Oh, you did my course. Cool. Can't say I recognize the name right offhand, but maybe go by something else different in the chat room or something. But good, I'm glad you enjoyed the course. That's great. Do you ever add contacts when you feel like you just miscalculate? I'm not sure what you mean by what do you mean add contacts? No long time. Gotcha. Oh, maybe it means your course, my course on futures, the free course? Is that what course you're talking about, or one of my paid courses? Oh, contracts. I do not trade gold. No, I have some strong opinions on people that are day trading gold, but it's Monday morning. I just don't quite have the energy to rant and rave. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I thought you meant maybe one of my paid for courses. But good, well, good. I'm glad you like the futures one. I really hope this isn't going to turn into like a sideways chop here, like with this being the new range for the next 2 hours. Hopefully we get some sort of movement here. Hey, we're actually doing really good on likes. If we could get up to 50 likes by the opening, 20-minute mark would be amazing. But yeah, if you have not yet hit that like button, do so. Likes are the fuel behind the length of the live stream. How long do you stream for? Well, that depends on how much people are interested. How do I gauge the interest levels of people? By watching the like button. So if the like button is creeping upwards, then I assume that people are interested and remaining, finding value. And as long as that's the case, like I said, we'll keep the party going. Yeah, I have no problem pushing this thing up over 4 hours, but want to make sure that the interest is there. So that's not a vanity metric. It's a data point that is actually very helpful. Do you ever add contracts when you feel like you just miscalculated a little bit? Yeah, I'm not opposed to adding contracts. What's my take on crude oil? If you're going to day trade, if you're going to day trade, in my opinion, futures, start with either the family of ES, so either ES or MES, or the family of NQ, so either NQ or MNQ. Like those are the markets with the most volume. Therefore, they have the most smoothness. They move the best. Everything else, it's just, I don't know. In my opinion, way too choppy. You're making yourself, work harder than smart. Working harder, not smarter. Join Inner Circle member portal. Also, my third test. Join Inner Circle member portal. Well, cool, Jack. When did you join the Inner Circle? Also, my third test account. Well, Jack, you still have a chance to beat my record. My record, it either took me 4 or 5 tests to pass my first one. And then once you get over that first hump, I don't want to say it becomes easier because nothing's necessarily easy, but you kind of, I don't know. For me, I sort of, don't get me wrong, I still blow up accounts. I'm not saying I don't do that. And for anybody that's new, when I say blow up accounts, we're in prop firms, because prop firms are actually the mathematical smart way to go about day trading. Assuming you care about risk control, which is what you should care about, then yeah, prop firms are the way to go. But within that, so when I say blow up an account, I don't mean I lost thousands of dollars. I mean I lost, you just lose the value of the account. So when a prop firm trader is talking about blowing up accounts, they're not saying, oh man, I just blew up 3 accounts. It's like, wait, 3 accounts? So what is that, like $20,000 for the person? That could be just a matter of a few $100s depending on the prop firm. But anyway, point being, can't be scared of blowing prop firms. It's part of it, or prop firm accounts. So like I said, either took me 4 or 5 tries. Jack, over the weekend. Cool. Have you introduced yourself yet in the lounge, Jack? Make sure you do that. We got a lot of good traders in there. Hey, there we go. Over 50 likes already. Fantastic. All right. I'm liking this crowd a little bit. Now people are look at all these messages. Thank you, John Timmons. ESNQ, yes, they are good on charts. Yeah. Robbed neighborhoods of the Apollo. That's quite the name. Robed neighbors of the apocalypse. How long on average you hold your trades? It depends. Preferably not very long. And when I say not very long, I mean like if I could get in and out of a trade within, I don't know, 30 seconds, that'd be great. But I don't mind holding multiple minutes if I have to. Am I looking to hold multiple hours? Absolutely not. No. How long target? I could not get Ninja to work. I was on the mobile. Oh yeah, I don't. I'm using Tradeovate, so I don't. I'm kind of worthless in that regard, Jack, in terms of Ninja Trader. Definite learning curve for me too, starting out. Think 5 or 6 tries before reaching pro. Yeah, like I said. So whoever said they blew an account, was that Jack? Like I said, for me it was either account number 4 or 5. To be fair, kind of. And again, I don't want to say an excuse because it was my own fault. I think 1 or 2 of the accounts, though, it wasn't necessarily, I mean, it was me, but not necessarily me. I forgot to cancel orders, which is why I did a video where I talked about the lessons learned of passing my first account. And like the number 1 lesson that I, in my, top, I think it was top 5 lessons I learned after passing my first ever prop account was learn to love that button right there. Like, always be pressing that button. I'm on Tradeovate here, but with whatever platform you're on, always press that button because it can be very, especially with these platforms that are so easy to put in orders. Watch, if I want to buy, put my stop right there. Boom, look at that. I have my buy and my stop in just like that. But because of that, it can also be very easy to forget about orders. And I had a couple accounts where I got filled and I forgot about them, and then I came back and it was like account roasted, like game over. So yes, if you go up there and press that button, notice what happens to these orders down here. They just disappear. So learn to press that button. If one trades Forex and plans to also trade futures, is it wise to start off trading financial? Well, I mean, I would say just stop trading Forex altogether. Day trading Forex is absolute garbage. It's like paint drying compared to futures. So I would say don't even bother continuing to trade Forex. That's just gonna divide your attention when your attention does not need to be divided. Is it wise off trading financial futures? Well, like I said, if you're going to move to futures, in my opinion, start off with either the ES family, so that would be ES or MES, the M just standing for the micros, or the NQ family, MNQ. Let's not make this harder than it needs to be. And the nice thing here is that those will give you multiple opportunities every single day. That's one of the beautiful things about trading. Or futures is this right here, and this is Pam's plant. If you're new, just an argument of why if you want to day trade, the argument says to day trade futures, but also do it through a prop firm. And one of the great things about futures is what I just talked about is stop scanning. Like you don't need to scan a bunch of like stocks or for the meme coins. Like you just pick something and you trade it every single day. And that is truly one of the great things about futures is you don't have to sit there and wake up early. Scan the news, scan what's a hot stock, what's the meme coin for today. Nope, you just roll out of bed, walk over to the computer, and bam, just like that, you already know what you're going to trade. But yes, I would say that there is no point in dividing your attention between Forex and futures. Futures, they're just better. And they're way better than Forex. Hey, good morning, Muhammad. All right, good. The chat box was super quiet for a while, but now we're getting some. Now we're getting more feedback or talking. But right now, kind of just in a bit of a chop, like I was talking about earlier. A lot of buyers down around here. I think easy to see on the 5-minute. All these lower shadows represent buyers showing up. Because remember, think about the construction of a candle. At one point, the price was down low at each of these points. But by the time that candle stopped, so this is a 5-minute time frame. So, but by the time this 5-minute period was over, the price had moved all the way up there. By the time this 5 period was over, the price had moved all the way up there. And same thing here. It was down here. Now, as of now, the price is all the way back up there. So there does seem to be quite a bit of buyers around this area. Doesn't necessarily mean it will go up, because on the flip side, you can also make the argument, well, it seems to be there's a lot of sellers up around that area. Point taken. Good point. Which is why I'm saying I hope that this isn't going to be some sort of, multi-hour chop channel. Free activation from promo wasn't automatically there this time. Yeah, just reach out. Well, sometimes there's a delay on Mondays over the weekend. But if you reach out to them, they'll get you taken care of. I have heard that, though, if it happens, like if you pass on like a Friday, sometimes there can be a little bit of a delay. Like I requested a payout on Friday. Yeah, Friday night, I don't know. But anyways, on Fridays, things take a little bit while longer because it is the weekend. But it's not like you're missing out on anything since the futures market actually closes anyways. But like now I finally got the payout approved, but point being it took a couple of days. But the context is, well, a couple of those days were Saturday and Sunday. So same with that, with the promo code. I think kind of when you pass plays a bit of a role in that too. Ooh. And that's too hard to get short right now on the 2 minute, because again, on the 5 minute, if you're going short, you're basically shorting into this range of the chart right here. Whereas we just discussed this range of the chart right here. In the past, there's been buyers there. So not exactly what I'm looking to do is short into an area where there's a track record of buyers. I mean, maybe those buyers are gone and the short works out just fine. But it's also one of those things that I'm not sure that's where I'm looking to short. At work, can't stay on. Had to jump on, smash the like button. Hey, thank you, John. Great stuff going on here. Best wishes. All right, John. Well, until next time, have a good rest of your day at work. And thanks for hitting that. Thanks for, as in your words, smashing the like button. By the way, for all of you that were here on Friday afternoon and contributed to the like or the super chats, it was definitely a topic of conversation on Friday before movie night. So one of you gave a super chat specifically for the movie, and I don't know if that person's here. I don't remember who it was, but we watched Paddington 3, Paddington in Peru, the new Paddington. So thank you. It was good to see the wheels turn. Like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like we were trying to be entertaining. We were trying to ask questions, be personable, and then somebody was nice to donate us money. And now because of that money, we're watching a newly released movie that we wanted to see. Oh, it's neat to kind of see the connection of like, yeah, see, providing value, working hard, that's kind of what money does, like to see the connection. So anyway, I don't remember which one of you donated specifically for the movie. Jim did money for ice cream, Hudsonville. Well, yeah. So we still got to do that with them. Because Jim knows me in real life. He'll hunt me down and break my kneecaps. So hopefully nobody is totally shocked to see this break down through the trend line and now start to show some green. Because like I said, that's why multiple time frame analysis is important. 2 minute actually looks like a pretty solid short, but then when you bring the 5 minute and you start to consider those lower shadows, that's where things begin to kind of get a little bit shaky. I did ask the kids directly on Sunday if they had. Yeah, you did. I saw it. Yeah, so they. We do actually have some Hudsonville in the house, but I got that more so for my wife. The peanut butter waffle cone, which we had at your house, Jim. It ends this week. Did they just send out an email, Jim? I know they said it was a week back when they started, but like I also saw somebody implied it was like 10 days. Oh, they sent out a new email? Okay. Did they say when it ends this week? Ooh, nice. Well, the back test and go. Actually pretty textbook there. Broke, came back up, rejected right off the previous breakout point and back down. But again, I'm still not short in here at all because on the 5 minute, we have not cleared this range. We are still within this general area here where I could, in fact, maybe I go long. Just put a stop down below there. Actually, yeah, I might consider doing that here. As I talk, well, 93. Oh, it doesn't say what done. It just says this week. All right. Well, that would make sense. Everything's tracking. As I talked about last week, the flash sale is actually so good that you got to assume that they really do mean a flash sale, because basically when you have a potential to make zero revenue from somebody, that's not going to be the best of business decisions. And that's what the deal is right now. If anybody is not aware, Take Profit Trader, who I recommend. If you use code CLAY right now, not only do you get the 40% off and no activation fee, but if you pass your test and then with your first payout, they will refund you back what you paid for your test account. So in other words, you could have a pro account for literally $0. So you could have a situation where you have zero at risk because you have zero expenses. Because if they refund you back your only expense, which again with prop firms, your only expense is the cost of the account. But if they refund you back that cost, well then you have zero expenses in the situation, which is kind of bonkers when you think about it. I have literally zero expense in this situation, yet I'm making money in the pro account world. So, but yes, point being, from a business standpoint, that's why I assume that there's no games going on. Because I mean, I've already seen it, right? Flash sale, and then the flash sale gets extended 30 times, or the flash sale lasts for like 4 months. So, but in this situation, I really do believe that it is a flash sale. So it would make sense that it'll be ending this week. So yes, if you are in the prop firm space already and you've never tried Take Profit Trader, now is the time to give them a try. It's an awesome deal. I think they're the best in the business, and I think you'd agree with me as a prop firm trader once you get to the pro account, because with a pro account, you can make requests every single day for payouts. Every day you're making money, you can request that money. So you could be literally getting daily payouts every single day. Your code provides same benefits as the code. Yes, exactly. Yep. Code CLAY gives you the same exact deal that they're providing. And using code CLAY goes to feed hungry children too. That's where the proceeds go, to feed hungry children. What's up, Clay? I'm thinking of buying TBT account with your code. Do you know if I am able to trade? No, I think you'd have to do it separately, Bart. Yeah, exactly. And the hungry children that code CLAY feeds are mine, by the way. They will feed I have children and they are hungry. Was just about to use zero. Well, thank you for asking, Skept3K. Yeah, that's again, I don't want to come across as ungrateful, but that's, I don't know. I get it. Like, they're in the business. They don't want anybody to use code CLAY because they don't have to give me a slice of the pie. So it's just like, yeah, they're blowing up everybody's email with, hey, use our code, taken away from all their affiliates. But I get it. I understand the business aspect of it. It would be nice though to be like, if they didn't give a code and they're like, use your favorite affiliate's code. You know, ask your favorite affiliate for their code. I think that would be a very good-natured way to go about it. But again, I understand they're also running a for-profit business. So if they can get people to not use, to use their own code, even though it's the same deal for everybody, yeah, they do technically get a little bit more revenue in their pocket. So thank you, Skept3K. I appreciate you asking, and I appreciate you using code CLAY. You will indeed feed hungry children. Thank you, Rob Marshall. Do you just get it now, Rob, or have you had it? All right, another back test here. Like I said earlier, this is why I was never interested in getting short. But yeah, I was a little too slow on the long. But this right here, because again, on that 5 minutes, just lots of buyers hanging on there. Awesome, Rob. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Doing well on the likes. If we could get this up to 75 likes, we'd almost be at 100. So yeah, if you have not yet hit that like button, I have 59. All right, nice. So Rob, sounds like you're maybe doing the racehorse model. Assuming you know what that is. Have you heard me talk about the racehorse model, Rob? Sounds like you might be doing that. 3 reject wicks in the 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a range right now, back and forth. Good morning, everyone. Don't forget to feed the... exactly. Feed the kids. All right, Rob. Nice. I think the racehorse model is, in my opinion, the way to go about it. Assuming your mind operates like mine, at least. Where the thought of having to go through the test period just freaks you out, so then it causes you to trade scared with your pro account. And scared accounts, scared trading don't make money. You got to be able to trade with some authority, with some confidence. But if you know that your horse stable is filled with accounts at the ready, just in case you lose your current racehorse, for me, there's been a lot of value in that. All right, thanks, Bart. Code Clay, Bart. Code Clay. I appreciate it. Well, I'm surprised you haven't yet. I recognize you've been around a long time. But I guess if you're with that other prop firm. But yes, if you've never used TPT, Bart, get to the pro account. You will love them. It'll feel scam-like when you're able to request payouts on a daily basis. All right, yeah, let's. I don't know. I don't know where to put the stop. If I put it there, then I'm right in front of the purple line. I want to get my stop probably up above the purple line. So we'll let it come up a little bit more. I need the price to come up more in order for my RVR to make sense. Yes. Trailing drawdown goes away once you reach the buffer zone. So then at that point, it just becomes the age-old question: do you leave money in there to build your buffer, or do you just pay yourself as much as possible? I'm on team. I'm always just paying myself. I'm not saying that's the right way to go about it, but because the more you pay yourself, the higher you drive your ROI. But to be fair, the counter argument to that would be, yeah, but then the higher likelihood you have of blowing your account because your buffer's never growing. So, I mean, I understand both sides of the argument, and that's why I'm not saying mine is for sure. Hooch says Friday is the last day. All right, well, there you go. Friday is the last day. Yeah, it disappears. So if anybody has not seen or watched this video, you'll see. So this one right here just goes through exactly kind of, at least my approach, but more so the ROI and how it's absolutely crazy. And even with these results from the video, which are not going to be mind-boggling, you might even be tempted to make fun of the results that you see. But even with the results that are quote-unquote bad, once you see the ROI, it really proves how crazy our prop firm trading is. In fact, I would prefer, as you look at my results, you're like, man, this is terrible. Man, I can't believe this guy's sharing these publicly. Wow, that's kind of embarrassing. Because then you end up with the conclusion, but terrible results, but embarrassing results can still produce ROIs that are, quite frankly, they come across as scam-like. But that's just the nature of both the ROI calculation and what prop firms allow you to do. So if you haven't seen that video, just head over to the website at some point. Not now. Stick with the live stream for now, but later on in your day. Never tried TPT, but plan to grab 25K. Yeah, Pop White. Well, first off, thank you. I appreciate you using code Clay. But second, like I said, once you get to the pro account, I've yet to meet a prop firm trader that's like, I really don't like it. Every single one is like, oh no, this is amazing. And they're fast on the payments too. Like, it's not like you request the payment and then you got to wait a week to get it. No, it's like you request it and you'll have it next morning, depending when you request it. But yeah, they're, and then of course, from the time they approve it to the time you get to your bank account is, again, almost scam-like. Like, is this actually real? But I mean, that's just the technology that we live in these days. Where, what is it? Plaid? How do you? Plaid, I think is how you're supposed to say it. I think that's what they use, where you just connect to your bank account right away and then boom, there it is. But yes, that's why, like I said, if you are a prop firm trader already and you've never used Take Profit Trader, definitely now is the time to give them a try with the deal. Yeah, and you will love them. You will love them. Once you get to the pro account, you're going to be like, oh, okay. It keeps rejecting my card for some reason. I'll try it. Yeah, give PayPal a try. Or if anything, just reach out to the customer service. All right. I am going to go ahead and get short here. Put my stop up there. And it's a very basic premise. Either this thing is still the sideways channel and it's going to roll back over, or it's not and it's going to come up and stop me out. So nothing fancy here. Just trying to see if it wants to get rejected off this trend line, try to hide behind the 50 period, and see if this is still indeed the sideways channel that now wants to roll back over. So I'm trying to do some range trading. That was my long breath way of saying I'm trying to trade the range here. But if this is no longer a range, well, then it's going to be a losing trade. But if it is still a range and it decides to come down, all right, took one out there. Put another one down there. Come on. See if it wants to come down there. But regardless, this will be a winning trade now because I'm going to put my stop right there in green territory. So I am in the sweet spot now. The sweet spot being, my only stress right now is how much money am I going to make? Because I don't know how far down this is going to go. Therefore, I don't know how much money I'm going to make. But I do know I'm going to make money because my stop is now in front of my entry point. So I really don't want to see this bounce back up. If it does, okay, well, still making money. But yeah, I'd much rather see it come down now. Well, yeah, so let me move it down. Let's see if it does want to actually come all the way down and revisit the bottom of the channel. That is a very realistic bounce point, though, so that's why I'll look to take another one off down there. But yeah, right now, very stress-free. Either comes up and stops me out, I'm still green, or it does come down here, revisit the bottom. And even if it bounces off the channel here and back up, I'll still get another profit, target down here. And it'll still be a green trade. So yes, this is what I would encourage all traders. Get yourself in this spot. The sweet spot of trading, and again, the sweet spot being defined as that spot where your only stress is not if you make money, but how much money are you going to make? And I'm stopped out there. So, all right, well, I tried, gave it a chance, and again, still was a green trade, but not as much of a green trade as it would have been had it all totally rolled back over. So, hey, there we go. That's pretty awesome. The trailing drawdown of the pro will be a... Yeah, I don't know. The trailing, I think that's a little overblown. Just because it stops trailing you once you hit buffer anyways. But you just got to be a little more aggressive with your profit taking. That's it. Just don't go for grand slams. Settle for a double instead during that phase. Had a nice sweet spot trade this morning. Jocko, is that not the best feeling as a trader? The sweet spot of trading. I mean, it is. It's something that everybody needs to strive for. What's the program I'm using here? Well, it's twofold. So very quickly, layer number one, what I'm doing is I use a prop firm. The prop firm being Take Profit Trader. So if you go to the link that's at the top of the screen, it's also pinned over in the chat box. Step one of what I'm doing is you'd select the purchasing power you want. Make sure you use code CLAY to get the 40% off. And then after you select the purchasing power, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use or what program. And I am using Tradeovate. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and set up a whole new account, go through their application process. The prop firm does all that for you, which is a very time-convenient step. And then the prop firm will send you your login information, and then you go to Tradeovate's website and get logged in with that information. So yeah, what I'm using is technically, like I said, a twofold question. Layer number one, I'm using a prop firm, Take Profit Trader. Layer number two, I'm using Tradeovate. So Raiders game, I hope that makes sense for you. All right, coming back up. Do I maybe try the short again? I don't know. This one. Is this actually a truer move to the upside? I don't know. I kind of have a double whammy though of resistance. You have the purple line and the yellow line right there. Bart. All right, thank you, Bart, and glad PayPal worked. What'd you go? I think you said 50K? That is whispering my name though. Yeah, get about 5 points. Yes, sir. All right, awesome. Yeah, well, once you get the pro account, Bart, I'm excited to see your thoughts. I think I know what your thoughts will be. This is amazing. I love daily payouts, but I guess to be fair, I am still assuming that'll be your thought. But so I look forward to confirmation of if my thought is right or not. Hey, Joey, good morning. Yep. Yeah, the daily payouts really, yeah, it is the... Now, I understand that if you're brand new to prop firms, you're thinking, well, daily payouts wouldn't that just be the norm? And it's not. Prop firms, and now again, other prop firms, just because they have other models doesn't make them a scam. But yeah, other prop firms, you can make money. But they'll say, well, yeah, you made money today, but you can't request that money until like 8 days from now. But even 8 days from now, you can only request a portion of the money you've made. Which again, they're not a scam. Eventually, you will get paid everything. But it just, It's just a bumpier ride. But with Take Profit Trader, they're like, oh, you made money? Oh, you want to request that money? Oh, and you want to request everything that you've made and you want to do it every single day? Cool, go for it. So I do realize to the beginner to the prop firm world, that seems like common sense. Like, well, why wouldn't it be anything different? But it is. Other prop firms, it is different. Again, for just that does not mean that therefore those other prop firms are scams. I'm just saying it's just more rigid. It's just a little bit more, I would say, messy that way. But yeah, the daily payouts are definitely a good thing. Yeah, if you require 5 winning days of 200 plus profit, the odds of losing that account increase. Yeah, exactly. Yep. But no, with the Take Profit Trader, there's no crazy rules, nothing like that. They have a consistency rule, but it's only during the test phase, and the consistency rule is just if your profit target is 3,000 in a single day, you're not allowed to make 50% of the profit target. So in other words, if it's 3,000, just don't make more than 1,500 in a single day. And they just have that rule in the test phase to prevent people YOLOing and getting lucky. Because are you really proving you can trade if you just take one trade, YOLO, get lucky? Not really. So that's why they're trying to prevent that. But yeah, once you get to the pro accounts, there's no consistency rule, nothing like that. I subscribe to TradingView, which I primarily use for charting. Does Take Profit Trader permit MT5? Oh, I don't know about that one. Maybe somebody else here can. Oh, is that MetaTrader 5? I don't. Maybe. I can just flip contracts for 2 days if. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I've done here several times, Bart. Just showing the flip trades, how to do a flip trade, why a flip day may be needed. But yes, I've had to do that, and yeah. Prince Rome. Good morning, Clay. I bought my first challenge this weekend and using your code. Hey, thanks. What did you go with? What account? 50K, 25K? Yeah, I'm going to pass on the short now. I realize it's still in this congestion area, but the 5 minutes looking kind of rockety, like let's go to the moon. So I'm going to pass on the short. If anything, might be thinking of the long now. 50K, nice. And then second question, Prince Rome, have you ever traded futures before? Market open was a blast today. Is that a pun, Bart? Blast is in like going to the moon, because that's that was some moon-like action there. Not fun for anybody that was short, but I don't know. Is this now a short with the? Okay, I'm short. Only 2 contracts. Stop up at the green line, but let's see if we can get this thing to come back down. No, only down. Okay. Have you ever traded anything else before futures? Or like, what did you trade before now giving futures a try, Prince? All right, blue line is my entry. So I like the candle here. I like the fact that this does seem to still be a credible range. So I am trying to play the range right now. I've never really been a great range trader, but giving it a try. Put my first target down at that green line, and then I'll just trail the final contract. Oh, Forex. All right, so all right, good. So what are your thoughts on futures? How futures move compared to Forex? Well, I love people like this that were open-minded enough to give it a try. And say, all right, yeah, I've been day trading your situation Forex, but I'll give futures a try. I'm better on Forex, but trying futures. Well, I mean, didn't you just start futures, if I remember right? What are some of the pros and cons of 25K? I mean, they all have their give and takes. If you want more drawdown, then you'll want a bigger account, Tom. But if you want a lower price target, or excuse me, profit target, I should say, then you'd want some of the smaller accounts. So they're give and takes. Can you trade for No. Why? ETAs. We're done with Forex, man. ETAs. Futures move so much better than Forex. But I know I don't think you can trade Forex on Tradeovate. Hey, Chris. Again, trying to play the top part of this potential range. So we have this high up here. So if this thing wants to come down here and, worst case, revisit this before coming back up, well, that would still be plenty of profit for me. But right now, we're seeing if it wants to get rejected off the top part of the range. Last question for TP. Let's say I am at my buffer. You can make 8K in a single day. Can I really withdraw that 8K at once? Yes, Bart. Well, 80% of the 8K. Come on. This green line here is my first profit target. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right, let's move this now into green territory, especially with that big move down. All right, so this will now be a green trade no matter what. I'll trail down this final trade, and I'm in the sweet spot again, where my only stress right now is not if I make money, but how much money am I going to make, because I literally don't know. Because I do not know how far down this wants to go. Therefore, I do not know how much money I might make. But I do know I will make money because my stop is in front of my entry point. So yeah, great feeling to be. Now, I do have a problem here on the 5-minute. Got to get down through the 21 EMA. So if it bounces off this, my trade's not gonna last. But if it can get down through that on the 5-minute, I'll be feeling good about things. But yeah, that is my enemy right now on the 5-minute. Can it push down through that 21 EMA? But either way, very stress-free spot to be in. Why do you want to try Forex? I'm telling you right now, Edis, please. Forex is like watching paint dry. I'm telling you. Do we have any former Forex traders here? Can you please tell Edis that futures are they're just better. They're just better. Can anybody kind of assure Edis that? I realize I'm just one voice. All right, let's move this down to that high there. So again, as I move my stop loss down, I started on Forex. Moves take a lot longer on there, yeah. And I think moves are it's not nearly as volatile, because the only time Forex markets really get moving is if there's world drama. World drama does create movement, but world drama doesn't happen that often. Hence why you need insane amounts of leverage on Forex, because things just barely move. Anyway, you're not wrong on this. See? All right, listen. Look, Edis. You see all these people? Danny Boy, Bart, Dominique. Look at this. Look, Dominique, I just removed all my money out of Forex. All right, I'm going to move my stop down some more, because again, as I move my stop down, because this was my entry line up here. So as it comes in my favor, the bigger and bigger my gains get. My only regret right now is why did I just go with 2? But had it come up and stop me out, all right, and I'm stopped out. But had it stopped me out up there, I'd have been like, man, why did I go so aggressive? So, did you take it, Jim? Did you play the range with me? I guess now we should probably be prepping to get long, because if the thesis holds up that this is indeed this channel. If this thing comes down, I guess probably should be thinking of potentially a long down around this general area right here. You went long, huh? That's not terrible. I can see why you might get long there, especially looking at the 5-minute. But yeah, the purple line there had me freaked out, so I decided to try to use that in my favor from a short side. Fat Splat, 2 for 2, plus good job, Fat Splat. You can trade Forex index on prop firms. However, most trades enjoy trading stock index instead. That is true. I mean, there are futures for Forex markets, but yeah, like I said, if you just want to make your life easier, the ES family or the NQ family. Do the stream have a delay? Yeah, and no, Edis, don't copy me. How much money I can make? I now have. No, Edis, I don't think. I think I remember you, Edis. You started on Friday, right? You bought you bought 5 accounts with code Clay. Is that right? Is that right, Edis? With Take Profit Trader, you bought 5 accounts with Take Profit Trader on Friday, right? Again, thinking about maybe a long down around here. Just if I'm going to keep on trying to play this range while I wait for Edis to... I did it earlier, not Friday. Well, what day? I thought you did all this on Friday. You're confusing me, Edis. I thought you were asking a bunch of questions about Take Profit Trader. Then you're like, all right, I'll start on Monday. But then on Friday, you're like, I got the accounts, but something's getting lost in translation here. But anyways, what I'm getting at. Oh, you're not. I'm so. Well, just so you know, are you counting Saturday and Sunday in that, Edis? I am so confused, Edis. I am so confused. To the point where maybe I have you confused somebody else. I could have sworn on Thursday you were asking all sorts of questions. And then you're like, okay, that all sounds good. On Monday, I'll use your code, and I'll get 5 accounts. And then on Friday, you're all like, yeah, I got my accounts. And I was like, oh, I guess so you didn't wait till Friday. Like, no, I just got them. But now you're saying you got them on Tuesday. So I am totally confused with the sequence here. But either way, no, you don't copy me. Do not copy me. First off, yes, there is a delay. Not to mention, I'm not that good of an afternoon trader. That is why I do such small size. Anyways, Edith. Anyways, don't copy me. But why would you want to copy me anyways? You've already passed, so just keep doing what you're doing to pass. Why? That doesn't make any sense to me. You've passed the test. You're now going to be getting your pro accounts. So that in my mind, why would you start to copy somebody else? If you're already able to pass, just keep doing whatever you did to pass, you know? Got your account credited. Did you have to go through customer service, Kyle, or did it just show up? I don't know if I care about this trend line. But I'm gonna throw it out there. Support chat. Okay, good. Were they quick? Again, I'm not saying I necessarily care about that from the short side, but I'm gonna throw it out there nonetheless. Kind of curious, are we having some sort of wedge form? So if we have the bottom part of the wedge, and then if we just use that purple line up there, 50 period, something moving average is the top of the wedge, and something like that. Is that kind of what's going on here? I don't know. Nice, Kyle. Good. Hey, if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Let's try to push this up to the 100 like mark. Need 15 more. If we can get this up to 100 likes, that'll keep us on a good pace to ensure that the party goes to the 4-hour mark and beyond. Safe to say you are primarily a scalper. Yeah, I would say that. Although I do know that you could ask 10 traders what's a scalper and get 10 different answers. But yes, broadly speaking, I'd say that is safe to call me a scalper, broadly speaking. Oh, hey, that's great. We got 4 likes. That's motivating right there. Hey, hit that like button. It skyrockets exactly 4 likes. That's fantastic. That's good stuff there, folks. I can tell everybody is entertained. Hey, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Oh, it went up 4 likes. That's great. All right. I'll do better. I'll try better. I'll try to bring the heat. I had to trade Sunday even though I What do you What do you mean you had to trade Sunday? I think I'm misunderstanding. Edith, explain how it makes sense. You just passed the test. You are now going to be getting pro accounts. So why would you all of a sudden be like, hey, you know what? Let me abandon what's been working. Clearly you did something right if you're able to pass the test. So why would you want to abandon what you did to pass the test? I'm not quite following that logic. I passed the test. I'm going to have my pro accounts. But hey, let's forget about all that. Let's go copy trade somebody where there's actually a delay too in the live stream. 3 to 5 seconds, probably depending where you're at. Like I just don't see the logic there, Edith. Now that just do what you've been doing. Well, there's the push up. Will it get any follow through though? That is the question at this point. Hey, we are 1 like away from 100. Who's going to be the number? Who's going to be the 100th like? Easy. Your logic makes 0 sense. 0 sense. Well, let me get to the. I'm going to copy you to the buffer, and then I'm going to go back do my own thing. Just do your own thing, brother. Just do your own thing. And you had not hit the like button until now? Goodness, Edith. I don't even think you use code Clay. That's what I think. I think you are all over the map. Your story's changing daily, my friend. I'm so confused by you. And I'm so confused by your logic. If you've passed the test, why? Why would you all of a sudden abandon what you've been doing? Yeah. I'm right. I'm like, am I crazy? You were the guy that was all skeptical about prop firms on like Thursday of last week. Right? You were all like skeptical about them. You were all skeptical about Take Profit Trader. You were all worried prop firms don't pay. That was totally you, wasn't it? Were you not skeptical last Thursday? You were very, very skeptical about them. Can anybody else confirm? Was that Edith or did I have him confused with somebody else? Kyle, you have a good memory. I don't know. I'm like, there's either some gaslighting going on now or like I'm crazy. But I don't think I'm crazy. I remember the conversation, but not the username. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Edith. I don't know. Wasn't here for that. Noah, I don't know. Am I getting exposed? I don't know. I'm so confused though right now. I really am. Does a 60-minute micro contract limit still apply once you pass? Yes. Yep. Yeah, whatever the parameters are, position size on the test, it's still the same thing for that. So still the same position size and all that. Your bill is due. Yeah, it is breaking out. Nothing I was really interested in. Because I want to see some kind of proof. Like, is this actually a breakout of the sideways channel? Or is this just going to be one of these choppy fake breakouts? I don't know. So I was personally a little too scared to want to buy the top of the channel right here just because, I don't know, is that really still a chop? But even right now, I don't know, is this really a genuine breakout of the channel or is this thing about to drop back down? So that's why right now I'm just kind of sitting on my hands taking it easy. Yeah, thank you, Bart. It was Edith. That's what I thought. And now he's not replying anymore. Oh, wow, Bart did actually. Well, thank you, Bart. Bart actually went back and checked the previous stream. Was he not, like on Thursday, Bart? He was all like skeptical of like prop firms as a whole, wasn't he? Like, well, I don't know if they're going to pay or not. And then I think that's when I went to the conversation of like, you've got to be able to understand nuance and stuff like that. I mean, you can ask about other tickers, but like, what are you doing? Like, are you not day trading futures, Noah? Like, first off, Noah, are you a day trader? If so, what are you day trading? Your question makes me think you are day trading stocks. Oh, you're checking Friday stream? Yeah, no, I think it was Thursday stream. Because Thursday was when he was all hesitant. And then he was like, at the end, was like, okay, you've convinced me, Clay. On Monday, I will sign up for TPT using your code. But then all of a sudden on Friday, he's like, yeah, I got the 5 accounts. And I'm like, oh, okay, I thought you were going to get them on Monday, but you decided to get them today. And then all of a sudden, today he's telling us he got them back on Tuesday. Or yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Scott. Yeah, there is a 5-day. So I don't know. I'm trying to get, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but, and I'm trying to be fair. Like, I suppose I could be confused, but Bart now thankfully went back and checked. But yeah, Bart, technically, what I was thinking was a conversation on Thursday. No, sir. Looking at swing trading stocks. Okay. But also have been working option. Uh-oh. So, yeah. What do you mean working options, Noah? You're swing trading options too? I was saying I have a 0% win rate on Sundays, but still had to trade and blow. Oh, okay. So you mean like had like in your own psychology, like I'm doing terrible, but I have to keep trading. I see. Not like there was some external force that was saying you have to trade. It was just your own mind saying you have to trade. I get it. You're saying that in more of a sarcastic. I get it now, Andrew, what you're saying. Yeah, it's weird how the mind does that. Like, we can be proving to ourselves that we're not doing well, but yet we have to keep trading for some reason. I don't know. It seems like that's a long... It seems like that move already happened. But I don't know. Is that one of those stocks for like 6 months from now it's going to be $1,000? Maybe. Oh, what are other people's thoughts on PLTR? From an investing standpoint, covered calls, and I'm looking into making, say, Monday I buy, Friday I can sell. So you have no interest in being a day trader then, Noah? Wow, look at this move. Goodness. Well, congrats to anybody that took that long. I was over here kind of being all skeptical, which I think I was okay. I don't think I was crazy to be skeptical. But yes, does hindsight now make me look like being crazy for being skeptical? It does in hindsight. But at the time, I think I was being reasonable. You caught it, Fat? Are you still in? Fat splat? What a move. Okay, thank you, Bart. Thank you. So I'm not crazy. I'm actually kind of impressed. Like, at 41, my memory still seems to be halfway decent. But right here. So you copy paste. I can yes, I'm going to trust you and start a take profit account tomorrow, which would have been Friday. I had an Apex account with 20K profit, but they denied my payout because I was risking to. Okay, yes. I'm not crazy. So yeah, where did Edis go? He just disappeared. Is he true love? I kind of gave that explanation a couple minutes ago. So yeah, if you scroll back, you'll hear my explanation, but I literally just went over that. Hey, the more accounts I blow, I mean, that's one way to look at it. But my theory is, but the more money you make, the more accounts you can buy. So the more accounts you can buy, like if you hop over to other prop firms and stuff and use code. So, I mean, I guess. But if you're making money, so I'd rather have you do this. I'd rather have you make, let's just say $1,000 and then blow the account and then have to go and buy one. And then you make another 1,000 and then you blow the account and then you have to go and buy one. And then you make $1,000, you blow one. So, I mean, you're still growing, but you're still needing to buy accounts. I guess that would be the ideal situation. But if there's no payouts, then eventually people are just going to run out of money. So I think from my vested interest of how can I make the most money over time, I want to see people getting payouts. But I guess, yes, in theory, I would want people to eventually blow up, because if they just keep their pro account from now forever, then I guess in theory I want to make it. But that's okay, because there's always going to be new people. But yes, just strictly from a How do I make the most money from Code Clay? Yeah, I do want people to get to the payout stage. Yeah, my point, is he true? Is at that point, I think I was right to be a little scared. Like, I get it. It's easy to say right now, oh, well, that was scared money. Well, yeah, no kidding in hindsight. But at the time, when this thing had been rejected, both there and around here, sellers. So when it was right here breaking out, it's like, I don't know if that's really going to be a trustworthy thing. Again, yeah, in hindsight, it's easy to be like, man, scared money don't make money, yeah? But had the price done that, you wouldn't be saying that, is he true love? Is he true love? Just stop. You're right now, you're critiquing with hindsight confirmation bias. Again, you would not be telling me to look at higher time frames, had the price broken out, and then come back down. Again, be honest. Right. But what I'm saying here is, had that happened, you would not be like, man, it was so obvious, look at higher time frames. You wouldn't be saying that. You'd be saying, bummer. But good, I'm glad you're in it. But like, to be like, there's no reason to be scared. No, I think there was room. I think there was logical sense to be a little, to be a little skeptical. But were you in it? I didn't see any. I didn't see any heads up alerts. I mean, you're showing up and saying you got in it, but you're not new here, is it? You know the policy around here. You know what's the chef's kisses: entry point, target, and stop loss before the price gets there. Again, I believe you, but like, hopefully you can all see the other end. It's not really that impressive when you show up now and be like, oh, well, I got in right here. Again, I believe you. That's fine, but it's way more impressive if you told us when the price was here that you would be getting in up there, and then we see all this. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. Call it out next time. Ain't nobody really that impressed with somebody showing up in hindsight and saying that they got in way back when. Again, maybe, and I do believe that you did, but like, I think if you're being intellectually honest, you can also see our point of view where it's like, okay, yeah, but I mean, this is also the internet. People can just say stuff. Well, I mean, you have some sort of care, or else you wouldn't be telling us that you were in. Like, if you truly did not care, you wouldn't even comment at all. You would just watch. So let's all calm down. Don't act like you don't care. You do. People that don't care are not going to be commenting. Like I said, just call out the next one. Sounds like you're willing to do that. So fantastic. We look forward to your next call out. The next trade you're going to take all ahead of time, and we'll see how it plays out. 5 minute looking a little bit like it might be out of gas up here, which would make sense right now. This is a former area of resistance. So to see this sort of action right now taking place, I mean, that's not the most shocking thing to see. Hey, Z, good afternoon. A little bit of a pullback here. Like I said, we'll see if it wants to maybe build out a pattern. I don't know if it wants to go sideways a little bit more, something like that. Maybe we can get some sort of nice quality bull flag pattern. But again, like I said, on the 5 minute, it's also up around that range where sellers have been before. So a little skeptical here, but like I said, we'll give it some time, see if it wants to build out a nice little pattern. And I think my plan is I'm going to wait for Izzy Trulove for his next plan. I'm just going to blindly take it, and then he's just going to make us all a bunch of money. So we're all going to take Izzy Trulove's next trade plan call out because he said he'll give it to us ahead of time. So that's my plan. I'm just going to wait for Izzy Trulove to give us his trade plan, and then I'm just going to take it. And then watch the cash roll in. So I hope he's a fast typer. What's the ES up to right now? All right, almost. These ones are almost mimicking each other right now. Okay. Sometimes there's a little bit of an attachment, but in this situation, we'll see. 5 minute, like I said, got a bit of a, if we want to call it a spinning top candle. So this sort of candle, again, up at a former area of resistance, has me leery from the long side of things. Again, no guarantees. But if you were telling me right now you're thinking of getting short, I would not call you crazy at all. Doesn't mean it's going to work out, which is why, as always, risk management matters. But is the chat broken? Can somebody say something in the chat? I'm kind of confused right now. Viewers dropped like a rock, and then the chat box went silent. So maybe that was just the coin. I don't know. Sebastian, okay. All right, no, the chat box still works. Okay, all right. All right, well, we'll carry on. I guess the chat goes through its cycles of being very talkative and then silence. Hey, Sal, I appreciate that. Sal with everything up front. Looking to buy at 260. Okay, so he's looking for it to come up. He's got to stop. I love it, Sal. That's how it's done right there. Jocko, so all right, good, cool, all right, trying to come back up. Again, I'm not interested in buying this area right now just because of the previous congestion up around this area. So I need to watch and see how this kind of behaves. But yeah, Sal is in at 260. His stop loss is at 245. So we'll see what happens. Try out futures, Clay. Use your code to get it. Well, thank you, Brad. For some reason I thought you'd already been in futures. I didn't know that you were not. But good. Glad you're. Thank you for being willing to give them a try. I'm curious what you'll think of them. Oh, nice job, Andrew. Yeah, real nice. Very good job. Have you ever traded futures before, Brad? Now, I'm like that. If this one's come back down, I kind of just get a little bit more. And then at that point, we're going to have more so kind of an overall bull pennant, bull flag, whatever you want to call it. So I'm feeling it more and more, but I'm still not ready to quite get long right now, but I'm liking, the formation here that we're seeing. I have a bit. Oh, okay. I do like how they move. Yeah, good. Well, again, thanks for using code Clay. Thanks for feeding hungry children. Well, if this is going to come up here and break out right now, this is just not the setup for me. And maybe you're seeing something different than I am, and you're already long. You think maybe I'm being a little too high maintenance. Fair enough. That's why, if anything, we'll have to agree to disagree. But I have nothing but respect because at least you're thinking for yourself. Where did Zadis go? Or what was his name? Edis just disappeared. Yeah, something fishy's going on there, folks. Something fishy's going on. Thanks to Bart, we started to do our research. So thank you, Bart. In all seriousness, I am not crazy. So I appreciate your assistance in helping me realize that I was not just imagining random things. Now, I will be honest right now. My ego wants to see this pull back just so I can sit here and not look stupid for saying, yeah, I'm not quite comfortable going long right now. But that is my ego. So if you're long, I'll try to set my ego aside and hope that it does go up. I guess, although if anybody's short, then maybe I'll try to go into Switzerland mode and just remain neutral. So yeah, actually, out of care, where do people stand? So if you're new, you can communicate this very quickly. We always say if you're long, go 1. Or if you're long, type 1. If you're short, type number 2. And if you're just doing what I'm doing, sitting on your hands, doing nothing, type 3. So I will participate. And let's get the 3 in there from me. Matt is long. Uh-oh. Various Science is short. Randy's short. Okay. Jornator's 1. I love it. It's so easy to see. Frank's 1. Okay. Johnny. Okay, we got quite a few longs. All right, well, but we also have a couple shorts. All right, I'll go into Switzerland mode. I'll just remain neutral, but I can see both. Well, I see the short side more than the long just because this is an area of resistance, so you have a tight RVR, assuming your stop's above here, because then I see it like you have a very small risk, but if you get any sort of rollover, you could be looking at a whole lot more reward than you were ever risking. So I do see the shorts. Like I said, for me, longs just have me nervous right now, but hindsight will be the judge. And maybe hindsight will be like, what an idiot. Why would you be nervous? You should have went long. Izzy Truelove has gone silent, though. We don't know what he's doing. I'm still waiting for him. I mean, that will be my next trade. He said he's calling out his next trade. So I'm waiting for Izzy Truelove to show some love and map it out. Waiting, not the best setup for me here. It could have been wrong, just not the... Yeah, well said, Sebastian. Agreed. Not the type of situation I'm personally looking for, but that's me. For all I know, other people that are long, they see something different, and good for them. Other people are like, no, not only do I not see a long, I see a short, so I'm getting short. Uh-oh, shorts they're kind of liking this little candle here. Anyone else getting an error every other time they try to send a chat? I don't know. Yeah, please, people. Please chat. Look at Kyle's. Let him know. Because like I said, I noticed a drop in, like the viewers went from like 165-ish down to 100 almost instantly. So it's almost like, was there a glitch? I was like, I don't think I was talking about anything controversial that would cause that many people to drop off that quickly. But, I mean, maybe I was. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe YouTube live stream, just YouTube in general is having a couple issues. And the chat did go super quiet for a little bit, but I don't know. All right, shorts right now, probably feeling a little bit better. But yeah, for me, I'm just totally in a kind of sit on hands situation right now. I need a current candle close above the resistance. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, and Sal, I remember your stop is down here. So you're still, Sal's plenty fine. I think he's, I mean, technically, no. He's about at break even now in the trade because his entry, if I remember right, was 260. So Sal's being patient. And that's why I like when people give their numbers up front. So you can kind of get an idea of where somebody's at in the trade. And again, as a reminder, if you give us your trade plan ahead of time and it doesn't work out, nobody will make fun of you. Well, people might make fun of you. If they do, they will be banned immediately because it takes courage to throw things out ahead of time. It takes zero courage to show up after the fact and tell everybody how great of a trade you made. So, but if you do everything ahead of time, even if it doesn't work out, that's fine. That's part of trading. Looks like QQQ trying to close the gap from where it closed Thursday. Is it? I don't know. Let's QQQ. Oh, the upwards gap. Yeah, upwards gap on this one is basically right there. I mean, it's close to having already closed the gap. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the QQQ wants to do that or not. But right now, yeah, the Qs are definitely stuck right here at that pink line, which we're looking here on the 30-minute time frame. But yeah, stuck at the 200 period. And not that far above, you have the 50 period. So definitely some congestion on the Qs here. No doubt about that. All right, shorts, getting a little bit of a rollover. I think there was like, I don't know, 7 or 8 of you that were short, if I remember right. So things are looking pretty good. Again, it's definitely looking kind of top heavy here. The 5 minute is looking like, okay, has the momentum disappeared totally, or is this just a little bit of a new consolidation here? So I really do see both sides. I'd still, going long here still has me a little bit more nervous than going short. I think just because from the long side, I'm not quite sure there's a super blatant area to put your stop. I suppose down here. But even right now, if you see where my crosshair is, now that stop would be putting it right above the 21 EMA. Do I really want a long-sided stop right above the 21 EMA that's upsloading? Probably not. By the way, quick play. I think this is very important. Actually, never mind, because I don't want to distract people. I was going to say my new podcast just came out. I do have a podcast every Monday, release an episode. Today's is on the importance of the pitfalls of demo trading, but just short and hold till VWAP. Where's VWAP at? I mean, that'd be cool if that worked out, because VWAP is all the way down here. If you do it, actually don't. I was going to say, if you do it, Andrew, then I'll do it. But Andrew, you said you're done for the day. So I don't want to tempt you into doing something that you said you were not going to do. All right, so this is how it's going to go. The shorts were looking pretty happy, but then just like that, the longs, you're like, hey, here we go. But again, is this just the tease? So yeah, this is a major right now, and this is what most of trading should be. Most of trading should be this sort of order right here. SOH, sit on hands. If you're putting in orders every 3 minutes, I think you're probably over trading. But yes, as counterintuitive, as non-logical as it seems, day traders should not be trading that much. You should be sitting on your hands. The vast majority of day trading is just sitting and waiting, being observant, I should say, being patient. Way, way, way easier said than done. Because you have no idea. It's been several minutes since my last trade. I want to make another trade. I'm not denying that at all. But you gotta also be patient. Looks like a flag to me. I wouldn't call it a flag. I'd call it more so probably a pennant. But I mean, are we also participating in semantics at this point? Probably, but like I said. And then for you golfers, I'll put the golf hole down here. So what I see here is a bull pennant. But if you want to call it a flag, like I said, I'm not gonna get in a fist fight with you about it. I'll do a micro. All right, you do a micro. I'm gonna sit here and sit on my hands. Hey, the likes are actually doing very well with very little reminders. We're already at 120 likes, and I have not offered a reminder since way back when. So thank you. For those of you that are just hitting that like button without me even needing to remind you or ask, I appreciate it. I like you. I like people that just show up and like, oh yeah, let me hit that like button. So thank you. All right, we are at the highs. That's what this white line is. So in other words, the price can never get above that white line because the white line is just an indicator that shows the highs. All right, so with the white line moving up, all right, this might be a short for me. See if this is a fake break of these highs. So I'll do this very tight stop. Low risk trade because I could see this thing. Now if it comes up too high, I'm going to have to cancel this out because I don't want my risk profile to get too much. Again, red line is my entry. From a short side of things, just trying to play, maybe is this some sort of fake breakout. But low probability trade because my stop's going to be very tight. So low probability, but my risk is very, very tight. So I'm still willing to do it. There we go. So I'm in. But again, low odds are this probably doesn't work out. But I'm okay with that sort of trade just because, again, my monetary risk is so small on this one. But if it does work out, then I could be looking at a very nice risk-reward scenario. But like I said, I'm not super confident that it will work out. But so my first target, I'll actually put this down here too, just in case there's some sort of spike to the downside. So was this a fake breakout? We'll see. Glad we'll take 5 micros at 20. All right, Sal, I appreciate it. Everything ahead of time, as always. Nothing but respect. How did I not get filled? What in the world? How did I not get filled there? Are you serious? Are you serious, Clark? There we go. Thank you. Let's make sure this is a winning trade now. So my stop is in green territory. Tight leash because, like I said, So if this is a fake breakout, I'm looking for this to now keep on coming down relatively quickly. Hopefully these people are now starting to freak out. These longs bought the breakout. Uh-oh. So show me some panic from the longs. Let's bring that panic down to the second price target. Again, I'm looking for the people that were playing this breakout to now be freaking out. All right, well, they didn't freak out enough. So still a winning trade, but I didn't get enough freak out. Freak out. Dun, dun, dun. Is that how that goes? Is it freak out? What's that song? Do they even say freak out? Dun, dun. Or freak out. Dun, dun. Okay, I don't know. Is that a lyric? Freak out? Freak out song? Chick, Le Freak. Le Freak. I think that's what... Yeah, the disco song. Freak out. Okay, all right. So I'm not crazy. Okay. But yes, the bulls did not freak out. I mean, they did a little bit, but the sellers didn't freak out people too much because I didn't get really any follow through. So if you are along out there in the chat and you did not freak out, shame on you. Oh, and now we are getting hit with a bot attack. All right. Why? Okay, bot attacker. You've got to be here right now. What is your logic? I'm not going to ban you, but just step out from the shadows. What is the logic behind bot attacking and now driving up views? Like, what is your thought process on that? Like, what is being accomplished in your mind? Again, I promise, I give my word in front of anybody, I will not ban you. Not that you necessarily care about that, but I'm asking just out of genuine curiosity. What is the logic? What is being, in your mind, what is being accomplished by doing a bot attack on the views? I ask out of genuine curiosity. I guess I'm assuming that the bot attacker would be in the room at the time it starts, but like I said, I don't know how they work per se, so maybe not. Yeah, all right. Freak out is a throwback, but that is the lyric then. I wasn't... After I said, I was like, oh, I don't know. Is that actually the lyric? Wants you to get more views. Yeah, I don't know if that's... But that's not it. Like, I don't know if it's the same guy that I irritated a long time ago, if he's back and still doing it. But, like, I don't... Because he was doing it out of anger. Like, do you like the bot attack? Or do you like the views and all? Like, I don't know. Would waiting for a reject at previous day high to play the downside... I don't know, Charles. Just because I don't know anything about you. I know nothing about your personal risk tolerance. I don't know about your goals or strategies. So impossible for me to say. It could be a good starting point. But like I said, I know nothing about you. So it's hard to say. Because everybody's risk tolerances are a little bit different. And a risk tolerance is going to definitely kind of play a role in if strategy A... Because strategy A could be really good for one person and really terrible for somebody else. Well, what's the difference? Well, everybody's got different risk tolerances. What do you mean people have different risk tolerances? Well, I always like to illustrate this. If you were to ask me, or ask somebody, how to have fun, somebody's definition of fun might be going skydiving. Another person's definition of fun might be curling up by a fire and reading a book. Are either of those people wrong? No. Well, but why are there so drastic differences in somebody's definition of fun? Well, because we all have our little differences of risk tolerance. Well, yeah, again, Charles, that doesn't really help me out because I know nothing about you. So I don't know. I know nothing about your personal risk tolerance. I don't know you at all. I haven't kind of asked you a bunch of questions to try to figure that stuff out. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Charles. That would be the honest answer. I mean, I could just start making assumptions about you and start saying yes or no, but while that's an answer, is that actually a well thought out answer? No. Well, not only did the buyers not freak out, they actually pushed the price back upwards through there. So, well, you know, in all actuality, I'm nice to have a green trade on that one because that was a lower probability one. As it was looking like a fake breakout for a moment. It really was as it came back down, but yeah, then it didn't. That's okay. That happens. Omar sees dead people. All right. Hey, Disciplined Trader. Good to see you. So the bot attacker either is not here or they just don't want to tell me why, what is being accomplished by bot attacking somebody's views. Definitely came back to a fake out. Maybe, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily call this a fake out of anything. Now, if you were looking for like instant gratification, like a breakout and for it to just skyrocket, yes, okay, from that angle, it was a fake breakout. But like, has anything fake happened from like a general standpoint? I don't think I'd say that just because, I mean, it's still slowly grinding upwards. Although I should, do we have this though? Ooh, there it is. The rising wedge, which is a bearish pattern. Now, just because there's a bullish pattern does not mean the price for sure going to go up. Same is true for bearish patterns. Just because there's a bearish pattern does not mean for sure the price is going to go down. Clay, close my trade at 23.70 for it. Good job, Sal. Well done. And the nice thing about Sal is that everything was documented up front. Where did Izzy go? I've been waiting for his next call out and he just disappeared. My trades, I go all in every time. Well, I mean, if that works, then go all in. It seems like that's kind of go big or go home. But if you're going big more than you're going home, then I guess keep it up. Are those two accounts personal prop? All my trading is disciplined trader. All my accounts are, and first off, these are not two accounts. This is the same account. This right here are my NQ results, and this is my MNQ results. So same account. Again, these are my results from trading NQ. These are my results from trading MNQ. And yes, all my accounts are prop firms. There's no way I'm not crazy. Only crazy people trade their own funds in the world of futures, especially when you consider in this Trump environment where Trump could tweet something at any moment and it could just skyrocket the price. To be fair, yeah, maybe it could go in your favor, but if it doesn't, oh boy. So yes, I'm not cray-cray. Only cray-cray people are using their own funds in this market. Yeah, I don't understand the logic, Nas. I don't understand the logic. I would assume they'll eventually bot attack the likes and the likes will skyrocket. But I really wish I knew what are they trying to accomplish. I don't understand. I just want to know. So again, Mr. Bot Attacker, if you were there, if you were the one bot attacking the views, let me know what is being accomplished in your mind. I promise I will not ban you. I'm just asking out of genuine curiosity. All right, top of the rising wedge. Small little fake breakout of it, but like not very far at all before the bears quickly stepped in, which is why I had zero interest. Now some people might be like, well, I wanted to buy this little like miniature consolidate. That's fine. I would never do it. Why would I not do that? Well, because technically you're buying a breakout right into the top part of what I would argue is more so the overarching pattern. Ooh, are we going to get a break to the downside? I really wish Izzy Truelove would give us his trade plan. I'm waiting for his call out. That's been my plan this whole time. But he seems to have disappeared. I'm sad. Izzy. Izzy True Love. Okay, you're going to come all the way down and break to the downside, huh? All right, I might try a back test here. I mean, the only thing that I can think of is they think that like they're gonna get me in trouble with YouTube because YouTube is the algorithm's gonna find, oh look, this live stream is doing fake, they're buying fake things, so we're gonna penalize them within the algorithm. That's the only thing I can think of. But what I discovered, I've already been in contact with YouTube and Google. They're just I just report it. It takes all of 15 seconds to report, hey, bot attack, and then they're like, hey, sorry about it. We try our best. We'll get it cleaned up for you. But even on the back end, like my statistics are showing that like YouTube understands it's a bot attack. Because like my views should be way higher. So like what it's showing me right now is this. Whoops. What in the... Okay. There we go. So like that's what I have right now. 1,019 views. Since I've started, I've had about that amount of views. That number should be way higher given the bot attack. So like YouTube knows about it, knows not to count all these, but like I don't know why they can tell that, but they just can't block the bots from ever driving up the views right now. So I don't know. That's where I'd say maybe they think they're gonna get me in trouble with YouTube or something. But like I said, I just quick report it anyways. I've been in contact. They're aware. Like yeah, it happens. We'll you may see your statistics eventually drop down a little bit because of that, but so yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they think they're trying to accomplish. Did I not say hi yet, Ace Trades? Well, hello, Ace Trades. Good to see you. LMD, yeah, where you been? Where you been, LMD? Okay, this is looking kind of spicy on the 5 minute. This candle right here. Is this some sort of leading indicator that the sellers are going to need to show up for a little bit? Okay, I'm trying to get short there to try to play this breakdown a little bit. But, alright, too slow on it. Now I'm a little worried that it comes up, fills me, and then just like hammers on me and goes up there. So, I cancel that order out. Hopefully all the bots watch ad true. Well, I don't even have the ads on. So yes, that is one thing that I probably should talk about. Like, there are no ads. So if you appreciate that and you want to help, me be able to keep that policy going forward, that's another reason to use code CLAY. Not only does it help make the live stream worth everybody's time, but it ensures an ad-free experience. So yeah, if you enjoy not having ads on these, obviously please hit the like button. Please subscribe. But yeah, using code CLAY also helps to ensure this remains an ad-free live stream. Hi Clay, I want to meet you. Do you do meetups? Yeah, I've done meetups all across the country now. Most recent one was in Arizona. But meetups are only for premium members. If you think I'm going to meet up for a live stream, you crazy. There's no way I'm going to meet up with a bunch of randos from the live stream. Because I say this with all due respect. 94% of you are like, I would have no problem meeting up with you in person. But there's always that 6% where you're like, is there going to be some nutcase weirdo that shows up? So yes, I have done. I've done several meetups. Arizona? Is that how you spell Arizona? I guess we're about to find out. Nope. Is there no A there? Nah, that looks better. Yeah, so right here, this was a recent one. Top Golf. We always like to do Top Golf. Who is that beautiful individual right there? That's got to be the most beautiful person I've ever seen in my whole life. Unbelievable. Look how beautiful that. Look at that. Although I will say, this guy's wearing a nice shirt right there. Yeah. So yes, we do meetups, but it's also that's for the members of the private community. Well, thanks, Ace. It's better to just use code Clay, though. Any plan for Canada? I mean, I'd never say never. But again, Muhammad, that meetups are just for members of the private community. The guy in the back row with a black shirt looks like my sibling. Think so? Well, the rising wedge worked to an extent. You did get a bit of a pullback, but I mean, I've definitely seen way better rising wedge breakdowns than that. Who's the nutcase here? I don't know. But if you've been on the live stream long enough, you know what? You always know you get some kind of unique people that show up. I mean, usually they end up getting banned. But it's like one of those things where, for all I know, the people that have been banned, they just created a new name. They're still here. And then they get the information for a meetup. And they're like, let me grab the baby oil. And then they like show. I don't know. It's just, that's too much of a risk for me. That creeps me out too much. Hey, reminder, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Let's try to get this up to 150 likes. So if you have not yet hit the like button, do that. Likes will keep the party going. Oh, okay. I am a certified nut. Now, I would meet up with Patient Trader. Like I said, 94% of you, I'm sure. Like, it would probably be a good time meeting up with you. But there's always that other 6% where you're like, all right, well, this 5 minute has me way too leery right now from getting long. Maybe do we even have kind of a, I don't know if we have a rising wedge here or not. No, I think that's fitness. So I wouldn't call it a rising wedge, but the 5 minute, it's just, I don't know. My spidey senses don't have really any sort of confidence. I agree, Bill. Bill presents a good argument. He must be a world famous lawyer. How could you not hit the like button? What else does anyone need for entertainment? Exactly. I agree. All right, I'll be right back. Hey Clay, so I'm pretty new to day trading and been watching you for a while now. I day trade on a paper account and not real money yet. Considering purchasing a futures account with you, I have 2 questions. All right, ask away. Now I'll be honest, that was a pee break, but also full disclosure, the main reason for that, I did have to go pee. I did go pee, But I don't think it's picking up, but there is a zit. I don't know where it came from. I feel like I'm back in high school, but a big old whitehead zit that I can feel right there. I had to pop that thing. So I also popped a zit. Popped a pimple. I feel like I'm back in, Mommy, why am I getting hair under my armpits? Type of phase. I thought I was beyond the pimple stage. I guess not. I guess not. So that was a pee and pimple break. Full disclosure, that was pee and pimple popping. Ooh, I like that. A pee and pimple popping break. A lot of you are probably saying, I did not need to know any of that. And that's fine. That's fine, but I just felt like sharing it. All right. Maybe, thinking about getting long here. Going to get long at the green line if it wants to come up there. Okay. I am now long. See if we can get some more upside push off of the 21 EMA here. There we go. Little scalpy scalp. Oh, scalpy scalp. Brian Richardson, where did you go? I'm awaiting your questions. Clay, I think a sell is coming if we have a 5-minute close. Oh, I don't know about that. I just went long. But maybe my choice of scalpy scalp, it reveals that maybe like in my inner parts of my conscience, I do think that maybe it's more of a short than anything else. I think we're going to close below 21 or 23 150 by the end of the day. Okay, we'll see. For me, I really don't care. Like, if you were some sort of like long-term day trader, swing trader, we're willing to hold hours on end. I mean, I could see making proclamations like that, but yeah, I could care less where we're at by the end of the session. I'm just trying to figure out where I think we're going to be at the end of the next like 10 minutes. How do find futures accounts to buy and sell on prop firm? How do you find futures accounts to buy? And well, I think if I understand your question right, to go to the link at the top, like that's the prop firm I use. So when you go to that link, that's where you find what prop firm. You know, they'll ask you, or I mean, this is the prop firm, but then you just select what account purchasing power do you want. And then as far as how do you get paid when you get the account, well, you got to pass the test. So you pass the test. And then you go to pro, and then these accounts are where when you start to make money, you get to keep money. And then, yeah, you just, it's all on the dashboard. Like, it's all explained on the dashboard. They'll say, hey, you're eligible for a payout. And then you can either take the payout or you don't have to. And if you don't, you just build up your buffer, meaning that you're going to now then be able to lose more money before you would ever lose your account. NQ is a long. Okay, well, GT Vine, give us your trade plan. Give us your entry, your stop loss, and your target. Because NQ is a long, that's too broad of a statement. So let's narrow that down. How exactly would you play the long? So again, GT Vine, I don't recognize the name, so welcome. But around here, we like chef's kiss alerts. So give us your entry, your target, and your stop loss, all three of those ahead of time. Or maybe if you're already long, fine, where's your stop loss at? So tell us where your long entry was, and then where's your stop loss? And then we can all go on the journey with you. So in all actuality, the rising wedge did it was not a clean breakdown at all, but it's not like it ever violated the highs. Like I could see somebody getting short around here for the breakdown, putting in their stop up high. So yes, was this part kind of annoying? Sure, but did it come out and like actually stop them out? No, it eventually did roll back over. So for anybody that did play that rising wedge, once again, the rising wedge pattern strikes again. So I'll go ahead and get rid of that as it's played its role. But if you're new around here, we like ourselves a good old-fashioned rising wedge every now and then. GT Vine, we're still waiting. What is your long? Tell us your plan. NQ is a long. too broad. That's too broad of a statement. NQ below. NQ below. Stop 252. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. We see the stop. I can see the stop. He's putting it right below those lows. All right, sounds good, GT Vine. So we'll see. Now, this is the good stuff. Take note. He is now mapped. He's told us. All right, he's long. I guess you didn't tell us where you got long, but more importantly, he is long somewhere right around here, and we know his stop is right here. Didn't give us a target either, but I'm glad. Thank you for giving us a stop. And right now, looking like GT Vine making a good choice. But that's what's so nice is when you give us the numbers ahead of time, we can sit here and make claims like that. Like, hey, good job. Looks like you made a good choice. Well done. Oh, Hoover Flag Trader is the number one with the crown right now, huh? He holds the crown. No, sorry, comma. I thought I had deleted it. Sebastian, I'm in short at 269. Oh, got in short back here. Target is 247. All right, we'll see. I still have a micro short. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. You did say you're holding to VWAP, which is quite the fall. But one micro, it is what it is. That's not going to make or break you. So I got no problems there, brother. To short or not to short? You could have yourself. So I guess what you really could do, if you wanted to get spicy. There's an upward trend line. Now, I am self-admittedly maybe trying to fit a square peg through a round hole here. Yeah, even that, though, that's not really a rising wedge. But I am going to leave that trend line up there. Because right now, is there a double whammy of the high and then the yellow trend line up there? Fat Splat is getting... entry. Well, where's your stop at, Fat Splat? I'm nervous. I don't like when people just give an entry. You got to give a stop, brother. I found Clay Friday, came back for more today. I've been in the business for 3 years, and Clay tells real. Thanks, Bill. I appreciate that. I'm glad you came back. I recognize the name, but for some reason I thought you've been around longer than just showing up on Friday. You must have left a good impression on me, Bill. ICT trader, aren't you the trader? I'm not sure what that is in. I don't even know if that's to me. So if that is to me, ICT trader, I don't know what you mean by aren't you the trader. I'm looking for a short, but it doesn't seem to want to be short. Okay, all right. So Hoover's sitting on his hands right now looking for something. Again, we are under bot attack from the views standpoint. So our actual viewers are probably right around 200 right now, give or take. So yes, we are under a bot attack. I don't know why, but just for disclosure's sake, a bot attack is underway. Dun dun dun. So I'm thinking about maybe a short at the yellow line. But just remembered I gotta drop a text real quick. How do I copy that? Am I stupid? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Don't answer that. We emailed you at highpointiowa@gmail.com, period. Hopefully that's the best email for you. Stupid and beautiful. Add something about futures to your life. No. No. You know my evil business plans. What? No. No, I'm running an evil business model here. If I do that, then people won't come into my evil business funnel. Remember, my evil business plans are I'm trying to sucker in. I'm trying to bring in day traders of options, of options, of stocks, of crypto and forex, so that I can convert them to Pam's Plant for day traders, because Pam's Plant is the best way to day trade. But if I put futures in the title, then they're never going to end up here, because they're going to default, oh, I'm a day trader of stocks. Next live stream. But if they come here and start, oh, what is this stuff? This stuff is nice. Hey, what is this? Then that opens up the door to, again, the whole point of this live stream is to talk about, is to make people aware of Pam's Plant, because Pam's Plant is the best way, best being defined as efficient. It is the most efficient way to go about day trading. So Pam's is all the great reasons about why you should day trade futures, and then Plant is why you should day trade futures through a prop firm. This is an undefeated argument. Nobody can tell me how this is actually a bad idea. Because the thing is, all this is based and backed by math. So it's hard to argue against math. So yes, that is the core goal. The core goal of this live stream is not to prove myself as a trader, is not to make anybody think that I'm a good trader. No, I want people to be aware of Pam's Plant, because there's too many people not aware of it, and they're out there making their lives way more harder than it needs to be. Case in point, options day traders, for example. That options day traders are the epitome of working harder, not smarter. If you're an options day trader here, I can show you some basic math that illustrates very quickly about how you are working harder, not smarter. Again, the claim's not that you can't make money day trading options. The claim is you're working inefficiently. You're working harder, not smarter. But yes, that is my evil business model. I am indeed trying to bring people. Okay, all right. We're at that area right there. Should I cook? Let's see if it wants to come down a little bit. Hey, Brian, you already said in that message once. I already answered your first question. Did you disappear? Yeah, hey, GT Vine, congrats. And we know that GT Vine actually did that because he gave us a stop. So we can all verify that GT Vine, he never got stopped out and his trade worked out very well. So good job. Good job. That's why we appreciate having the numbers up front, so that we can give a genuine, hey, good job. Because we can sit there and say, hey, yeah, you told us when you were long, you gave us your stop, so there's none of this. We know that your stop would have never triggered. So yeah, well done. But yes, Brian Richardson, that's you already copy and paste that message once. You already asked that first question. I answered it. Oh no. Oh no. Any idea about IXHL, and TNFA? Yeah, HAFSA, my idea is you need to do way more learning. Very, very, very dangerous question you just asked. You probably have no idea why that's a very dangerous question that you just asked, but that also proves my point of that, yeah, you're still new, which is no problem. We all start off as new, but that tells me the question and how dangerous and risky that question is tells me that you're still new and you're getting way too far ahead of yourself. Just joined. Do you also trade ES or gold? I definitely do not trade gold. And no, I don't trade ES. I'll watch ES, but I don't trade it. I stick with NQ and MNQ. Well, I guess I should have shorted right there. Kind of got distracted a little bit. I don't know if I would have taken it, but right off, look at that. Right off that top trend line. Beautiful short right there. But Brian, as far as, I'm not quite sure what your first question was asking, but you're like, well, how do I find prop firms? So the prop firm that I'm using, that at the top of the link, is Take Profit Trader. So you would just go, and how do you find the prop firm? Well, you would just need to figure out what purchasing power do you want. So you would select that. Make sure you use code CLAY to get the 40% off. So that is how you get the prop firm. As far as how do you get paid, well, that's all part of your dashboard. So they'll let you know when you're eligible for payouts. But you first got to pass the test, and then once you get past the test into the pro account, and then in the pro accounts where you can make money. Yes, I do remember your first question, Brian Richardson. I'm not even sure if I was answering the right thing. Do you think prop firms are better for beginners than starting with a small account? Well, how big of an account would you start with? Yes, and I asked that question because that way you can see the math behind why it's better. So how much would you start with in a small account? Like how much would you fund an account with? Okay, 1,000 to 5,000. Okay, well, I'll find a middle ground. Let's just call it 3,000. So here are the two situations, and this is why prop firms are so much better. So we have at will, RIA. So RIA, let's just say it's $3,000. And let's just say RIA is like, okay, I have 3,000, and they go, and I'm assuming it's a she based off the avatar. So she goes and she does this. So two situations, $3,000, one with her own funds or one with a prop firm. So let's say she goes with her own funds. She goes out there, has a bad trade, has a bad day, goes on tilt, revenge trades, FOMOs, Trump tweets something, I don't know, and boom, $3,000 gone. Well, in that situation, the consequence for her is her account's gone, done. Her $3,000 is donezo. Now, in a prop firm, if a $3,000, what's the consequence there? Well, the consequence is that they will just take the account away from her. In prop firm lingo, she blew the account. Well, what did she pay for the account? Well, she paid $198. So in other words, is her consequence losing $3,000? No, not of her own money. Her consequence is just losing the account. And because she paid $198 for the account, that's what she lost. So let's look at it from that angle, okay? So if she used her own money, a $3,000 loss, her journey's over, right? Because her account is done. But if she was on the prop firm route, okay, well, she had $3,000, but she only spent $198 for that account. She lost the account. Now, she can always get the account back again. She could reset the account, and a reset is just $100. So, okay, let's minus 100. She resets the account. Let's say she goes lose $3,000 again, blows up the account. Okay, well, she can try again. She resets it, minus 100. I don't know, she FOMOs again, blows up the account. Well, let's try again, minus 100. She then revenge trades. Okay, well, blows the account, minus 100. She then FOMOs, okay, minus 100. She's actually doing well, and then Trump tweets something. Okay, she's done, minus 100. And then, I don't know, she goes and she just has a bad day for whatever reason. Maybe there's a glitch, I don't know, something bad. Okay, minus 100, she blows up the account, tries again. And then she's like, all right, well, I got close, and then, I don't know, FOMO again. Blows up the account, she wants to try again, minus 100. And then at this point, let's say she finds her groove. After all these tests she's blown up, but she's been learning along the way. She's been getting lots of trades. She's been learning. So she actually goes in a groove. She passes the test. She goes and she actually gets she gets payouts of $1,500. So plus $1,500. Well, she started with $3,000. So we got a $3,000 out of there. After all that heartache, all those blown up accounts, all those just frustrations, she still actually now has made $500. Whereas if she was using her own funds, her journey ended a long time ago. So that's where I would argue Pam's plan, again, day trading futures through a prop firm, from an educational standpoint, it doesn't guarantee you'll find success, but it increases the odds. How so? Well, as you saw there, I like to use the golf analogy. If you're trying to learn how to hit a golf ball straight, logic would suggest that the more golf balls you have to hit, again, it doesn't guarantee that you'll ever learn to hit a golf ball straight, but you're going to have a better chance, because the more golf balls you have, the better chance you have to figure it out. And with a prop firm, it's giving you more golf balls to hit. So again, that does not mean you'll ever figure out how to hit a straight golf ball, but probabilities suggest that you have a better chance, because you're getting more efficiency out of your learning. Because as you saw here, that $3,000 can give you a whole lot of opportunity, a whole lot of golf balls. Whereas if that's $3,000 in your own funds, one bad day, one bad trade, and your journey could be over. So yes, mathematically speaking, it is way better to go the prop firm route, because again, just from a learning standpoint, and to stick with a golf ball analogy, a prop firm gives you way more golf balls to hit. And the more golf balls you have to hit, the better likelihood it is that you will eventually figure out how to hit a golf ball straight. Does that make sense to people? Does that make sense, Rhea? Sounds great from a risk management standpoint, but how much percentage of the, well, watch this video right here. I just did this video for you, because that is the one critique. Well, yeah, that's great from a risk management standpoint, but then you got to share a portion of your profits. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Watch this video right here. It'll show you that even with the profit splits, the ROI is crazy, like scam-like. So sub levels. Thank you for asking. This video I did exactly for people like you, and I say that as a compliment, because that's a fair question. Yeah, Clay, that all sounds good, but you don't get to keep 100% of your gains. Okay, I understand why you would say that, why you would think that's bad. So watch that video and just let the math do the speaking. You'll see that even with not being able to keep 100% of your gains, the ROI, the return on investment, is still bonkers. Bonkers to the point where it seems like it's a scam. It seems too good to be true. So fair question, sub levels, but that video that I actually just put out yesterday answers exactly that. Would a prop firm let a person blow up 3 accounts? Sure. Because again, you have to remember, good question. So Bill is basically saying, wait, how is this a sustainable business model? They're gonna only take $198 and then they're gonna let you lose 3,000 of their own funds. Well, you have to remember, this stage here is in a simulator. There's no money actually being lost. The same is true here on the flip side, because I have had some people like, well, what a scam. So you're telling me that I'm going to pay them $198. I'm going to go make them $6,000, and then all I get for making them $6,000 is my pro account. That's all I get? Is that, hey, good job, you passed. Here's your pro account. What a scam. No, because there wasn't actually $6,000 being made either. This right here is all happening in a simulator. So you got to first prove yourself, and then once you move to the pro accounts and such, that's where the money you start to make is money that you get into your pocket. Because yes, good eye, Bill. That makes sense. Like, wait a second. How could that ever be a viable business model? Well, that is how, because that phase is happening in a simulator. This PA is whack today? I don't know. I mean, maybe. I guess I don't. Perhaps, to be fair to you, Alpha Prime, relative to your strategy, that's always possible. Yeah, come on, Bill. You got to get in the game, man. I'm telling you. Risk management's the name of the game, and the amount that you can keep your risk so small is the powerful part, including from the the ROI standpoint. So just I want to kind of bring everybody up to speed, so nobody's caught off guard. But I've learned over the past, in order for me to know that there's still true interest, we should be at 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So we're at 160 likes right now. So in the next 40 minutes, 45 minutes, we need to get another 40 likes, which I think we'll be able to do. But just as a heads up, I don't want to spring it on people at the end. But I've learned that if we're going to take the live stream beyond the 3-hour mark, we bare minimum need to be at 200 likes. So if you are enjoying, and if you want to literally contribute to keeping the party going, and you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. It's not a vanity metric for me. It's straight up a data point. An analytic of, are people still enjoying? As long as people are still enjoying, we'll keep things going. So I've learned that, at this point, bare minimum, we need to be at 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So, all right, good. Getting a good surge. So now we are 23 likes away in the next 45 minutes. So I don't think it's going to be a problem, but, I just want to give everybody enough heads up. You sound like the guys from a classing movie. Thanks learning from a classing. I'm glad you're learning. I don't know what you mean by classing movie. You mean classic movie? I don't know what classing movie is. Short 276. Okay, where's 276 at? Okay, so GT Vine is looking to get short there. He said a 5-point stop, so 81 would be a stop right up here above the highs. Okay, I like it. Can you walk through a good entry and what your decision factors are? Well, I'll eventually do a live trade, and I try my best to explain what I'm looking at. I have an adage, all education expensive, given that. Yeah, you will pay one way or the other to learn how to trade, Bill, for sure. And it's just really a question of what is the most efficient way to go about it. Sean, push. Well, I don't. Is that rocket ship? I guess it's angled up. So I don't know. Do you want it to push, like push down the toilet or push to the moon? But given that a rocket has an upwards angle, I'm assuming you're long, Sean. But technically, you never did say what direction you want it to push. Sometimes I want it to push down that toilet. The longs want to clog it up, but I want it to just push down, get down that drain. True. Dump would be more, I guess, bearish sided. That's fair. This is going to run 300. All right, Alpha Prime. Around here, let's have a little intellectual humility, Alpha Prime. You think it's going to run 300. You think it's possible it will run 300. This is called the volume profile over here. After 9 show, this is known as the volume profile. I'd assume you need about 50 million to open a prop firm of your own. I have no idea. I have zero interest in doing it. Like I said, I have enough customer service through claytrader.com. Again, the vast majority of people are fine. But like some people, like hospitality is like such a skill set. Like for anybody here that works in hospitality, restaurant, hotels, any sort of hospitality, bless your hearts. I can only imagine the stories you can tell. Clay, my 1500 drawdown was violated intraday and I thought it was intraday. Will you explain that? I didn't consider the test account is considered. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I didn't consider the test account is considered a pro. Yeah, I'm sorry, Tom. Yeah, all I say is that's why you got to read the emails. Everything is explained in the emails. When you go from past test to the pro, they'll start emailing you. Of course, you get the congratulations, good job. Like, you got to read those emails, folks. Please. For all that is smart and efficient, read emails. Especially when you start to make past test. Like, if your prop firm emails you, please read them. Please. The amount of people that apparently don't read emails from their prop firm is mind-boggling. Especially after you pass a pro. Like at that point, especially when it's your first pass pro. But yes, Tom, I'm not quite sure what you meant by I didn't consider the test account is considered a pro. I don't know what you mean by that, but best I can say is read the emails when they send them. Have you started yet, Guitar Guy? You're not new. Are you still day trading options, or are you saying you finally made the switch over to day trading futures? Because yes, you would not be the first person, because we are at 100% conversion rate. Anybody that has day traded options has come back and been like, oh yeah, futures is way better. Way better. which is, again, mathematically provable about why futures would be way better than options. So if you are an options day trader here, I'd be happy to walk you through the math and how and why you are mathematically working harder, not smarter, by day trading options. All right, we're getting close to the top part of this pattern again. So I'm thinking about a short. Yeah, Andrew, if you figure it out, let me know. Well, I know this, that the experience points, in order to get like the #1 crown, the best way to like guarantee that is to leave a super chat. Like that's like the steroids for the point system. But outside of that, yeah, I'm not quite sure. Treat trading like a business. Correct. Correct. Agreed. And if you don't, if you just want to be a degenerate and treat this place like a casino, that's fine. All I ask is use code Clay, because you're going to be using code Clay a lot to reset accounts. I don't know, Andrew. I don't know. When they first came out, there was a lot of kind of weirdness. I think they're still working out kinks. Yeah, right now, like Colin says, I think that's kind of the answer. Right now, because Kyle is better. Why is he better? How is he better? I don't think anybody knows that. But, like, yes, he is better right now. Oh, my goodness. Guitar guy. So you're going to trade futures with your own money, guitar guy. I swear. Some people just don't listen. All right, all right, guitar guy. I will sleep just easy at night after you blow that entire amount in a trade or two. I will sleep like a baby, because I tried to warn you that you were going about things not smart. Chatting 3 times an hour gives you 75 XP, 20. Yeah, that's too much math for me. Okay, Clay. What I meant earlier is where do you find the future? Where do you find the futures when you sign up? Oh, where do you? I see what you're asking. Okay, then this video. I see what you're asking, and that's why I did this video right here. Good question, fair question. So this video will walk you through. You get signed up, Brian, but then you're like, okay, now how do I actually get to where I need to go so I can trade futures? And that video will walk you through that. Also, how to set up the platform. So I'm not saying this is how you have to set up your platform, but enough people ask kind of that'll at least give you the framework to how you get to where you want to go. Just joined, and Clay schooling people already. You know, I'm trying to trade, trying to analyze, trying to school people, trying to yell at people, trying to not get my feelings hurt. I'm trying to hurt other people's feelings. I'm trying to do all sort of things at once. Trying to be funny, trying to be serious, trying to be stoic, trying to be crazy. It's a handful. All right, we're right at that resistance. If I go short here, 80, where's that? Oh yeah, I can take that. I can take that. It's like 5 points. All right, there we go. I'm short. Let's see if we can get the rejection off this trend line. If not, it'll be a minor loss. But yeah, let's see. Does it want to reject off this yellow line or not? Zach W's long. Daniel mid. Hello. Fast pace. Let's go short. I am short. Whether or not it's a good idea to get short remains to be seen. But it's rejected off this yellow line before. This was a fake break out of that yellow line. So maybe, just maybe, we can get another rejection from it. There we go. Took one off. See if we can get some more follow through. Still could be a losing trade. It'll just be a less of a one because I was able to take off a profit down here and I was able to lessen my position size. But I'm not out of the woods yet. It could still be a losing trade. And it's looking like, well, I'm glad I locked in one right there, but that was quite the turnaround. All right. And I am... Am I really going to survive this? Wow. Amazing how fast the tide can turn. 1 minute you're feeling absolutely fantastic, and then just like that, you're on the verge of getting stopped out. Okay, well, if this thing wants to come back down, that had me feeling pretty good. Okay, there we go, bears. Let's there you go. Okay, all right, let's kind of maybe start. The prop trading approach is the only way to go, and person has an experience. Yeah, exactly, Bill. It's just, yeah. And somebody like you, that's, you know, you said like, oh man, like people like Bill and me that are like old and crusty, like we get it, like, man, it, just from a learning efficiency standpoint, prop firms make a whole lot of sense. Hey, Alpha, we got to get some trade plans out of you. Right now, you're doing too much armchair quarterback hindsight trading. Like, what are some actual trade plans that you're doing? So okay, fine, it's designed to screw bears. So I'd assume that means you're long right now? Like, how are you making money from that broad statement? Like, give us your entry point, give us a target, and give us your stop loss. Like, teach us, oh wise one. Okay, well, what you said, this PA is designed to screw bears. Well, then that seems like that would have been a moment to get long. Because if it's designed to screw bears, then by definition, it would be designed to help the longs. I think it's going to run to 292. Well, then why are you not long? See what I mean? You seem to just be armchair quarterback, just throwing out comments. It is, well, then get long. Where's your long and where's your stop loss at? That's the point. Because it's, well, then you're not actually putting your money where your mouth is. That's the whole point. So you don't actually think it's going to run at 292. You just feel like saying that. Okay, so that's what I mean. You're just armchair quarterbacking. That's what I was trying to establish. So we at least now know that you're just armchair quarterbacking. You have no actual risk on the line. So you're kind of just saying whatever without any consequences. Hopefully this answers my opinion as I delete that out of there. Wow, twice. Almost stopped out by the skin of my teeth. I don't know though if I'm going to be able to survive much more of these. I'm trying to give it a chance. I don't think I'm going to survive this one. I don't think I'm going to survive. Wow. This area up here is quite the annoyance. So I've pretty much nailed the stop. I mean, because it's come up to this area and I've survived each and every one so far. But eventually that level you got to think is going to fall. But nice shtick. Alpha, I don't know what you're doing. It's almost like the PA is designed to screw bears. Well, if you think it's designed to screw bears, then why are you not long? That's the whole point. Like, you don't actually mean anything you're saying. If you truly believe that it was designed to screw the bears, then you would be long right now. Because to screw the bears would imply to help the longs. But you're not. I'm assuming if I get stopped out, Alpha Trade or Alpha Prime will be like, idiot, see, I told you. He's probably like, I told you so. Even though he's not putting his money where his mouth is. He's just, again, armchair quarterback and everything. And I how am I not stopped? Oh, yeah, so close. out there. All right, well, tried. I'm glad I at least got that first profit target hit. So, got me on that one, but like I said, on the bright side of things, I was still able to at least, you know, pull off one on this move down. Problem is that one didn't quite get any follow through. I liked your short, Hoover. What was Hoover's short? I'm not sure what Hoover's short was. We're doing well in the likes. Again, we got 30 minutes now. We got to get this up to 200 likes minimum. But, yeah, so looks like we won't have any problems. 12 more likes will make it happen. So if you have not yet hit that like button and you want to ensure that we go beyond the 3-hour mark, make sure to just hit that like button, and that'll ensure we keep the party going. Oh, you dirty rat. Goodness. Stop me out and then rolls right back. Anybody remember, what was that, the first trade? Or the second trade? I think second trade of live stream, this happened. These are the times where it's like, man, being disciplined is so overrated. I hate stop losses. All right, Alpha, I'm okay. Yeah, you are one of those guys. So you're going, I won't ban you. I'm just going to put you on mute because you're just obnoxious. You got top ticked and can't concede that this PA is designed to screw the Bears. But you don't believe that. That's the whole point. Because if you believed what you're saying, you would be long. Because if this was designed to screw the Bears, you would therefore be long. Because to screw the Bears is to help the longs. Unbelievable. Like, some people are just like, what are you doing with your lives? Like, why do people act like that? It's weird. You almost got it, the short, Clay. Yeah, would have worked out nice, but sometimes that's how it goes. It just stopped me out and then went. Can you trade just NASDAQ futures with the prop firm or also microcaps? Oh, sub levels. What are you doing? You have a death wish. Oh, goodness. You're shorting penny stocks on hype news. You realize that all it takes is one and your account's gone, right? Oh, good grief. Oh, goodness. I know, but Clay, penny stocks are garbage. They all eventually go down. I agree, they are all garbage. But what happens if this happens? It's going up, 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 up. Okay, this thing is going up. Okay, piece of garbage, penny stock, time to get short. And then it does this. And then it collapses. Well, it's like, okay, that's great. You were right. Broad point of view. You were right. But from here up to here, just liquidated you, margin called you. Your account is totally gone. There are better ways from a risk management standpoint than to short penny stocks with your own funds on hype news. Goodness. What is your current setup and indicator, bro? I don't know what that means. My setup and indicator. What? What is the yellow line on your chart? The yellow line on my chart is a trend line. Just a trend line that I drew. But no, to answer your questions, no, they don't. You cannot trade penny stocks on the prop firm. I assure you, the math makes so, like, it doesn't make any sense at all. Sub levels, like it's maybe 5 years ago what you're doing, I'd be a little bit more open to it. But at this point in time, with futures and the invention of the micro futures, and then prop firms, and then how prop firms allow you to copy trade, it's just, oh goodness, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, currently using moving average in your chart. I don't know what you're asking, Karthik, but this line here is a 21 EMA. That right there is a 50 period SMA. 'Cause, 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 I'm still not quite sure what you're asking though. I think you're just asking what indicators am I using, I guess. Hey, we are at 200 likes already. This is a good group. I like it. Remember what happened to the hedge funds with shorted GameStop and AMC? It's the list go. I understand the premise. Penny stocks are garbage. They get pumped. But because they're garbage, they eventually go back down. All true. The problem is, if you short too soon into the pump, it's game over. Is anyone speaking? I don't think so. I don't think anybody is speaking. But sub levels, I care about you. I like I said, there are just mathematically, when I say it makes no sense, I mean that like literally speaking, because that's what math is. Math is just structure. Structure showing you the structure of something. And that's what logic is, right? Logic is just the structure of something. To say something makes sense would say that, okay, there's a structure, there's a flow to it. So when I say it makes no sense, I mean the math is like, why are you doing that? It literally does not make any sense. Well, sub levels, I can give you the math real easy. Like, how much do you normally put into a penny stock? If you're shorting a penny stock, how much are you putting into it? Or let me ask you this. What's your best ever penny stock short trade? To be fair, full disclosure, whatever results you're about to give me, I will rain all over them. So I don't want to be negative, but like, I assure you that anything you're about to give me, it's going to be like, yeah. So what is your best ever penny stock shorting trade? Clay, I've never traded prop firms. What platform do you use? Can you use TradingView and a copy trader? Asking as I wrote. What I use Tradeovate. Can you use TradingView? You can, yeah. So the prop firm that I'm using is, first off, or I guess you asked what platform. So with Take Profit Trader, step one would be select the purchasing power. Getting code Clay so you get the 40% off. And then also you'll be asked what platform. So you can see right there, there is TradingView. So yes, you can use TradingView. I use Tradeovate, but yes, if you are a fan of TradingView, you can use them as part of this prop firm. Copy Trader though, I'm not quite sure how that works with TradingView. Yeah. And then he's tried to start a hedge fund, which failed miserably trying to do that. And that was back in a whole new era. Or a whole different era, I should say. Exactly, Mike. See, exactly. And when you say years ago, at this point, like that was decades ago. Yes. I like it, Hoover. Now, it makes sense why Hoover is number one. There's a bunch of people talking with Hoover. Hoover is responding. So I can see the point system making sense for Hoover right now. I'm not tied to anything. Currently trade cash through TOS. Well, yeah, if you're not tied to anything, then the nice thing about Tradeovate is they have a built-in trade copier, so that you wouldn't need any sort of platform. You would not need any sort of third-party platform in order to copy trade. With TradingView, I'm pretty sure you would. But yeah, if you're not tied to anything, and if you think these charts look good enough for you, then yeah, Tradeovate is who you would use, and they're free charts, by the way. I know with TradingView you do have to pay. I guess depending on how you pay. They're not free though, is what I'm getting at. Tradeovate though. All this is included within that payment that you make up front with the prop firm. But the cool thing about all of that is you could technically kind of make the system work for you a little bit, because with the prop firm here, you see this this price. So if you go up to 50K, you see the 102 per month. But the cool thing here, and it's how you can work the system. So with this payment, you get these charts that you see. You also get real-time market data. So you get real-time market data. But is it free? Well, it's not free because technically you are paying 102. But once you make the jump and once you pass the test, which I always encourage, get the pass test within 1 month. So, but once you move from test to pro or pro plus, the point is in these accounts, there's no more monthly fee. So you're at $0 monthly fee, but you still get live market data. You still get these charts. So in a workaround kind of way, in theory, you could just pass a test, get a pro account, and then just never really even trade the pro account. But because you have that pro account, you would now have live market data for free in perpetuity. Now, obviously, I would assume you'd want to trade the pro account because that's how you're going to start to make money and get paid. But I'm just saying that is a nice thing about Tradeovate is that monthly fee right here is only during the test phase. After you pass the test, that goes away. There is no monthly fee at all anymore. So yes, if you like these charts and if you want, so basically free charts, free live market data, that would be, I guess, a workaround. But again, at the same time, I assume you want to get the pro accounts so that you can trade and make money in them. But that's just kind of one of those cool things that is layered in. Madeline, I love prop firms. Yeah, exactly. They're only ways that make sense. Correct. You could use NinjaTrader, but NinjaTrader, Leon, does not have a built-in trade copier. You have to trade the pro account at least once a week. Right, yeah. So you could do a quick micro scalp of like a MNQ. Okay. Correct. But I don't think anybody's going to actually ever do that. My point is it's kind of a cool feature that within the pro account, you get live data, live charts, but there's actually no more monthly fees anymore. So you get services for free. But yes, I'm not literally saying therefore get a pro account and then never trade again. Because that I assume that was obvious that but that would kind of defeat the purpose. I was just trying to illustrate that it is kind of a cool built-in feature that once you pass the test and get to the pro, there are no more monthly fees. So you're actually getting live data, live charts for free. That's what I was actually getting at. Some of you, you're such sticklers. I appreciate it. Okay, so you're putting $2,500 per position. Okay. So in other words, you have basically $2,500 at risk because especially in the penny stock world, even with stop losses, slippage can happen. You could get stuck in halt. Something bad could really happen. So, but we won't say that. Let's say out of the $2,500, you're probably risking like $2,000 per trade in a situation where something really bad happens. Hi, Clay. In my case, it says 170 for the... Well, you got to... At the checkout, Roland, you got to put in code Clay. At the checkout, there's a little area for the coupon code. That's where you put in Clay, and I think you have to click Apply Coupon. But yeah, so anyways, you're doing $2,500 per position. So in other words... Yes, you do. Okay. So you're putting in, like I said, $2,500 per position. So you have quite a bit of funds. You could come and do this with a prop firm. You could come in, with this prop firm, if you want a 150K account, you could have 216 with an account. Now with prop firms, you can actually copy trade. So you could have 5 live accounts and then copy trade them, meaning you make one trade and then you copy it to your 4 other accounts. So if you make one trade and you make, let's just say $500, but you copy it to your other accounts, well, now you made that one trade for $500 5 times. So you actually made $2,500. So like I said, you could get up to 5 of these accounts, and you just told us that you're normally doing $2,500. So you could easily afford this, right? Because if it's 216 and then you want to have 5 accounts, right there, 1,080. This is also your risk because worst case, you blow up the account, and in this situation, when you blow up an account, all that means is they'll take the account away from you. But if all you paid for your account was 1,080, then that's your risk because that's what you would actually lose. So let's think about that. Now let's look at how futures move. So you could have 5 accounts and it would require you to put $1,080 into the account. So less than half of what you're currently putting into these trades. Because right now you're saying you put $2,500 in. So right now we have $1,080, which gives you 5 accounts. So let's just look at the nature of futures. And we'll take things very conservative. Let's say you get in here at 275 and it goes up to there, 285. So especially coming from your world, I don't think you would say that this distance right here is that much. Like you look at that candle, okay, I mean, it was a big green candle, but nothing huge. But like right there, a very modest move. In futures, that is 10 points. So because you're an adrenaline junkie, clearly, if you're shorting penny stocks, you like adrenaline. So we'll base this off the NQ. So in the NQ, one point that is, equals $20. So right here, this little movement, and that's per contract. So remember 1080. So one contract that moves 20 points, one contract that moves 10 points, and if each one of those points is worth $20, that means per contract, this very modest move. So we're not talking about any sort of huge penny stock explosion or anything like that. This one modest move is worth $200 per contract. Now we have to hop back to here. So this account that you bought, the contract that I was just talking about, you could buy actually up to 15 of those. But let's not max it out at 15. Let's say you go to 7. Okay, so 7 contracts. You're not even half of what you could buy. So if each contract is worth $200, but then all of a sudden you have 7 of those, well, we got to multiply that by 7. So that's $1,400 that you could have with 7 contracts with, again, this very modest move right here. But that $1,400 is only in one account. Again, per the premise, you bought 5 accounts. So what do we have to do with this $1,400? Well, we got to now multiply that by 5. So right here, you're looking at $7,000 in profit. Very modest move. You only did 7 contracts when you could have done 15 per account. And most importantly, what was your risk throughout this entire sequence? $1,080. Right now, you are shorting freaking penny stocks that can do who knows what, and you're putting in $2,500. So do you see how you need less capital, you have less risk, you don't even need big moves. So with less risk, not needing big moves, you're making way, way more than you ever are on any of your penny stock shorting trades. Do you see that? Do you see the math there? I guess give me a 5 to everybody. Does everybody see the math, how it actually makes no sense when he's saying, well, usually I put in $2,500. It's like, wait a second. You could do less than half of that to get 5 accounts, copy trade those, get a very modest 10 points, and boom, you're making way, way, way more with way, way less risk. So do you see that sub-levels? Do you see where I'm saying the math makes what you're doing make 0 sense, mathematically speaking? Taking on more risk, what you're doing. You need crazy moves. And then even with that, you're making profit, but like you're not making that good of profit. When you look at Pam's plant, you're taking on way less risk, only need 1,080. This was all based on only a 10-point move, and futures can move way more than 10 points. So only 10 points and 7 contracts when you could have gone up to 15 contracts. So that is why I say what you're doing right now makes no mathematical sense. So thank you for listening, sub-levels, and hopefully that maybe helps other people out. Sure, I do see it. All I'm saying, sub-levels, is what I'm trying to say is like you're playing with fire. Like there's really no need to continue to short penny stocks. There's no need to divide your attention. Just focus on this stuff because this stuff is all you need. Now, I should also, sub-levels, I'm not saying to go start with 5 accounts and copy trade from the get-go. I am just saying that was just using an example to show that you could have used, you could have done what I did here for way less money. But when you're just getting involved in prop firms, I'm not saying to start off with 5 accounts and go start to copy trade right away. I'm just showing you where this all could head. You have to think a little different when it comes to prop firms. Can't swing trade. Your risk management has to be... Well, yeah. That's why, Rhea, Pam's plant is an argument in the category of day trading. It's an argument for day traders. Because yes, prop firms that they don't let you hold overnight. It's not for swing traders. It is for day traders. And your A plus, I think what you meant was, and your risk management has to be A plus. Agreed. And I think that's good. In fact, that's one of the arguments I make about prop firms. Is yeah, prop firms do have rules, but these rules are great. It's an added risk control. The rules are there, and the rules are there to force you to focus on risk management, risk control. And don't take my word for it. Ask somebody you trust in the world of trading. Say, hey, some beautiful looking individual on YouTube said that risk management, risk control is the core pillar of any successful trader. And they'll be like, well, yes, that's true. Trading has nothing to do with making money. Blind, drunk monkeys can make money. Trading has everything to do with what you do when you're wrong. Do you know how to manage risk? So yes, those rules, absolutely. You better bring your A game when it comes to risk management, because they're going to force you to manage risk. But being forced to manage risk is something that is good. That has a benefit. Hey, Leon, thank you. I appreciate you helping out beginner trader. See, that's why we got the best chat. We got the best chat. We may not have the biggest crowds or anything like that on YouTube, but I think I say we got the best chat. People helping each other out, people encouraging. I mean, that's every once in a while we get, what was that guy? Alpha Prime. Every once in a while an Alpha Prime shows up, but that's okay. And then we have people like Deepak. That is also just armchair quarterbacking. That doesn't even do futures. Deepak, you are a very confusing individual to me. I've shown the math, yet Deepak still chooses to day trade options for some reason. Even though day trading options is mathematically provable a dumb thing to do. And this comes from somebody that used to day trade options. Yes, I was being dumb because I was doing a dumb thing. All right, well, we're getting the move down right now. I'm not sure what to do with the move. 5 minute, we are right at the 21 EMA. So it could be a bounce point right here. Yes, Deepak, and that's what makes me just infuriated with you. Yes, Clay, you're 100% correct, but I'm still not going to listen. Like, how am I supposed to take that? Yes, Clay, you are 100% right in your argument, but I'm still not going to do it. Clay, you are 100% right. That is a hot stove. I'm still going to touch it, though. What was that one guy? Did that one guy ever clarify? He made that weird comment earlier. I don't remember what it was. Did he ever clarify? He's like, aren't you the trader? I don't remember who said that. No, but... Anyways. Maybe a short, just kind of, maybe I'll try a Momo short, little momentum short here. I can have such a, see if I can capture this on the way down. Yeah, we'll do that. Put my stop up here. So we'll see if this move down wants to continue. Okay, I'm in. Blue line, stop is right up there. So yeah, let's just see, can I get continuation? Nothing fancy here. It came down, bounced back up, kind of took a little breath. We'll see if this breath now leads to more downside momentum. Worst case, I'm risking all of like 4 points. So I'll be okay if I'm wrong. Going pretty good, Loy Wiz. How about yours? How's your day going? Up 800 for the day on my 50K. Good job, Sebastian. Yeah, isn't it nice, Sebastian? Isn't it like kind of a peace of mind knowing that your ultimate risk is a couple $100? Again, I'm short. Blue line is my entry. Just trying to play, see if this bearish move wants to keep on moving down. Whoops. That's why I should have probably put out some orders. I missed that spike down. Let's see if we can get another. There we go. There we go, brother. Hey, brother. There we go, brother. You're beautiful. Okay, now I'm just going to drag it down. You're beautiful to me. You got to sing to your positions, folks. Hey, no. Come, I'm singing. You're beautiful. Come back down to me. Again, I am in the sweet spot now. Not if I make money, but how much money am I going to make? Because I have no idea how far down this will go. Therefore, I don't know how much money I'm going to make. We'll talk about a great feeling to have as a trader. The sweet spot of trading. Again, my worry is not if I make money, am I going to lose money? My only worry is how much money am I going to make? It's a great stress to have. Oh, wait, come back down, brother. All right, I'm out. There we go. Nice little scalp. And that wasn't a scalpy scalp, but there we go. Do you use Bookmap or anything? I do not. I don't. As some people do, I know. Great, that's fantastic. Up 800 for the day. Oh wait, I already read that. Did anybody take that short with me? You're beautiful. Did anybody else sing? Give me a 1 or give me a 5 if you sing to your positions. Here's a 5. I'll start things off. 5. I do sing to my positions. All right, Doc does. I'm glad to hear that. Sub levels, good. That one really did. I mean, it liked it enough to give me a nice little spiky spike to the downside. You're still short from 271. All right, nice job. Hey, hit that like button if you're enjoying. If you're finding any shred of entertainment or whatever, hitting that like button helps to keep the party going. If you're new here, I use the like button to gauge interest levels. And as long as the likes continue to creep up, I assume people are still interested. And as long as I know people are still interested, then like I said, we'll keep the party going. So the like button has real practical impacts. I can't believe more of you do not sing to your positions. All right. I'm thinking about maybe another short. Do I try it again? Maybe. We'll see. I normally cry to my... Oh, come on, Dan. Don't be a Debbie Downer. I don't sing, I just yell. I guess, so you, what's heavy metal? You heavy metal sing. That's what you do, Leon. Whoa, that was quite the turnaround. Okay. Whoa. Oh, look at that. Look right where it stopped. Amazing. Right at the purple line. So do we get the bounce? Not a shock to see that it bounced and stopped where it did, but does it continue to stop? There is the question. But right there, the power of charts. Right off that 50 period simple moving average. All right, well, there's the 5 minute. We'll continue to watch this on the 2 minute time frame. I might have to try another momentum move here. But if it bounces up too much, it's going to be too high of a risk profile. Yeah. Deepak, you've got to map things out ahead of time, Deepak. I don't know how many times I tell you this, brother. Please. Please do not armchair quarterback. Then it doesn't do anybody good. Most importantly, it doesn't do you any good. Other than, again, if you're a beginner and you want to deceive yourself as a trader, do broad statement trading. Make comments such as, this is a long. This is a short. It's going to go up and it's going to go down. Those are all broad statements. You've got to be able to hold yourself accountable. How do you hold yourself accountable? You've got to give yourself 3 numbers ahead of time. You've got to give yourself what exactly, where would your entry point be, where would your stop loss be, and where's your target. If you give those 3 numbers to yourself ahead of time, now you're going to be able to hold yourself accountable. But just making broad statements like, this is a short, this is a long, you're doing yourself a disservice. And Deepak, I've told this about 3,000 times, yet he still continues to broad statement. Deepak, am I still understanding your position? You say I am 100% correct with futures day trading, yet you're still day trading options. Is that what you're still doing, Deepak? Or is that a wrong assumption on my part? Wow, what a bounce straight back up. Well, For anybody that noticed that on the 5-minute and, you know, accumulated a little bit right down there, congrats. You got a fantastic bounce. Wow, look at this thing. What in the world? That is wild movement there. Is this now a short? Is this thing about to go right back down? Well done. We are at the 3-hour mark. We're at 219 likes, so well above where we needed to be. So we're going to keep on, we'll keep moving forward. Again, if you have not yet hit that like button, do so. As long as the likes keep creeping up, then we'll make our way towards the 4-hour and beyond live stream. But like I said, got to hit that like button. My main time frames I use are 2-minute and 5-minute. I use other time frames, but those would be my main ones. If it comes back down, especially based off the 5-minute, I'm probably interested in a long. Not probably. I will. I'll go for a long. I'll go buy 3 there. Stop right down there. So I will go long at that green line. Stop is at the red line. Very long candle, Clay. It is a very long candle in both directions. Was there news or something? I don't know. I don't think so. This actually wasn't that crazy of a move. I mean, it was quote-unquote only 65. It was only a 20-point move. Now, late last week, 20-minute moves, 20-point moves were happening like every minute. So yeah, today is definitely a little bit of a slower move compared to past days. Dude, well, I don't know, Andrew. If you see a good A plus setup, then take the setup. Why? I mean, to arbitrarily stop, I don't know. It's always kind of weird. Like, I'm done trading. Oh wow, there's an A plus setup. Well, no, I can't take the A plus setup because I said that I'm arbitrarily done for some reason. I don't know. That's always a weird thing. No, that's a lot different if you say I'm done and there's like a B minus setup. Well, yeah, definitely still be done. That's why I think, I don't know, to just arbitrarily stop, I don't know if that totally makes sense. I suppose in some contexts it could, but in some situations I think the better approach is just take A plus setups. Or at least maybe not say I'm not done, but maybe move to the phase of I'm only taking A plus setups. Deepak, okay. Deepak, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. You are wasting your time doing all of that. Mathematically provable, wasting your time. Like, you seem to think that you're going to find some sort of holy grail. You're not. You're not. I know that sounds negative and mean. I assure you, the market is smarter than all of us combined, and there is no holy grail. It would have been found a long time ago if there was a holy grail. I remember thinking like I could do a bunch of indicators and let me find like when this crosses this and thinking, well, I'm gonna. No, it's just the more you learn about the market, and the more efficient you learn about how the market is, then there's no holy grails. The market is fair, in the sense of if you want to gain an upside in this sense, there is a trade-off. It's going to give you a downside in another sense. But if you're like, well, I don't want that downside, okay, then you can create an upside. But as soon as you create that upside, in some other extent, there's a downside. The market is fair. There's always trade-offs. So the sooner you realize that you're not going to discover a holy grail, the sooner you will find yourself finding better success as a trader. But even that, even a Trump tweet's not the holy grail because you still don't know what position, you don't know what direction it's going to go. Deepak, yes, you correct, but yet you still go down and do what is incorrect. Because if you're saying I'm correct and then you do the opposite of what I'm saying, that is you literally saying I'm going to go do what's incorrect. Like you are conceding that what you're doing is incorrect, yet you still do it. Do you see how my mind struggles with that? Primary composer. All right, is that directed to me or are you talking to somebody else? I'm assuming you're talking to somebody else when you ask, did you take any trades today? Either you're yeah, I'll just assume you're asking. Well, what do you mean? I'll put it this way. There are some numbers on the screen that already answer that question for you. There are numbers on the screen right now that would answer that for you. So instead of just giving a man a fish, I'm going to try to teach you how to fish. So do you see any numbers on the screen that answer your question? I trade better with faster movements. Yeah, I'd probably be with you on that one. Right, so per my point, if you trade better with faster movements, then it sounds like an A+ setup for you would be something with faster movements. That's just where I said to just say I'm done. I don't know. I think the wiser move would be like I'm at the point now where I'm going into high maintenance mode. Like usually, I'll trade an A setup. Sure, I'll trade an A- setup. Sure, maybe even a B+ setup. I'll trade. But I think there's nothing wrong with saying, all right, I'm going into high maintenance mode and I will only trade A+ setups from here on out. Because the ulterior to that is, look at that A++ beautiful setup. But no, I can't take it because I just said I'm done. Trump tweets definitely can be home runs in this market. Oh, no, yeah, exactly. Trump tweets can be home runs. They can also be massive turds that get flushed down the toilet, you know? Again, I am trying to get long, but right now my long looks kind of silly. But I have a long at this green line here. My stop is a red line. So just kind of, for me right now, in the waiting phase. Hey, Sam, good to see you. All right, just a minute. Let me cook something up real quick. Let me cook. Ooh, is that a short? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We we do essentially have a bull pennant that is formed. But it's really a question of, is this bull pennant actually a legitimate one, or is this going to be something that just fails to the downside? And I could see this sort of action happening just because it is technically happening in kind of more of a downwards move. But I don't know, within the 5 minute, I don't know. This is messy right now. I'm having all sorts of confliction. Did have a good weekend. Hopefully you did too, Sam. Or you're probably busy working this weekend? Weddings and such? Maybe a better question. More times than not, you probably are always working the weekends. Hey, Butt. Good to see you. Loyal Wiz is short at 266. All right. I think Loyal Wiz is short. His stop is at 276. Okay. I got a 150K. Nice. Well, the most important question, though, Bud, is did you use code CLAY? Did you feed hungry children? That's the most important question. Did you feed hungry children with your use of code CLAY? Well, you feed hungry children. Then you're a good person. Hungry kids fed. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate it. The hungry kids will eat well. Okay, I can't remember, but so see, your name is so hard. Have you ever traded futures before though? Is this your first time trading futures? I can't remember that. I can't remember the details that closely. Man, we are crushing the likes. This is a great group. Now, to be fair, we are under bot attack right now, so we're probably more so right around 200 viewers. But the likes have not been attacked for whatever reason. So it's great to see we're at 230 likes. If we can make a push up to 250, that would put us at levels that have actually not been seen for a while. The record is 330 likes, but ever since vacation a few weeks ago, I kind of poured cold water on our momentum. But yeah, if we could get this up to 250 likes, that would be a record that we have not seen for quite a while. So yeah, but yes, this has been a great crowd in terms of hitting that like button. So if you are here and enjoying, hit that like button. We'll make sure this party keeps on going. Okay, cool. Yeah, I can't remember who I was saying, but who was it? Anyways, there is somebody else that is not new to futures, but they are, and not new to prop firms either, but they're new to Take Profit Trader. And I was telling them, I'll tell you, get to that pro account and you get those daily payouts and start getting payouts every single day. It's gonna feel like a scam. You're gonna be like, is this real? This is amazing. So yeah, I am very, very, very confident that once you get to that stage of those daily payouts, you're gonna be happy with Take Profit Trader for sure. I'm sorry, I should have covered my mouth. Hopefully that doesn't blow out people's eardrums. Today's push-ups. I got to remember that. Where am I at on my push-ups? Anybody else still doing? We set up that challenge a long time ago, Monday push-ups, but I never really followed through with that in terms of if people are 205. All right, so I got to get at least 210 today. I kind of backtrack. I got sick for a while, and it was just I took a break from working out, but yeah, so I got 210 at least. I did set a new record. Was able to do 60 push-ups in a row before I couldn't do any more, which was a new record last Monday. I watched your options videos years back. I got into the first, then switched to futures after losing. Yep. I also come from the world of day trading options and stocks, and yes, I can say day trading futures are so much better. Day trading futures make day trading options and day trading stocks look like paint drying. But Clay, I trade 0 DT options. It doesn't matter. They're still slow. But Clay, I trade small cap, low floats. It doesn't matter. It's still the math. It's just, especially when you factor in prop firms, it's just, I already showed it earlier on in the live stream. If you were here, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes ago. It's just the math. It's just there. The math is just the math. Well, I was thinking and hoping that it'd come back down, but this movement here was just kind of, I guess, essentially a 5-minute wonder, because each of these candles is 5 minutes. Or I'm sorry, each of these candles is 2 minutes. So this candle was 2 minutes, another 2 minutes for that green one. Price going to 250. Okay. Hey, Dominic, can we get a little intellectual humility, please? Could you maybe say you think the price is going to 250? You're guessing the price goes to 250. You think it's likely the price goes to 250. But like to say the price is going to 250, I mean, you don't know that, you know? A little intellectual humility goes a long way in life. But if you're gonna, we can do the liar line. It's been a while since we've done the liar line, so I could put a line here. And if the price does not go there, because right now you're saying it's going to 250. So if it doesn't go to 250, well, then you're a liar. And I'm trying to build up a good culture here in the chat box. We don't want liars in the chat box. So if it doesn't hit 250, then I'll have to ban you. Because you by definition are a liar. So, but maybe you misspoke. Maybe you want to say, well, you think it's going to go to 250. But we can do the liar line. So you say it's going to 250. We'll also need within what time frame. We could do burpees. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. 250 when? Because right now it's doing the exact opposite. Where did Edis go? The guy with the shady story. That's weird. Uh-oh. Dominic, you said 250. It's literally exploding the opposite direction here. Please. Did you want to rephrase your statement? I mean, the price is literally about to go off the screen here. He means 24,250. That's funny, yeah. He might come back. It's going to 250 someday, yeah. It was interesting. He might be a lawyer in real life because he left his statement pretty open-ended. Dominic, where you at? Where you at, brother? Hey, brother. I'm in a losing trade. My account is dead. Well, I hope when you say your account is dead, I hope that's just a prop account. No, not you, Dominique. The other one. Who said price going to 250, and then he's just disappeared. I swear, Dominique, if you show up now, if it hits this, you're like, see, I told you. When you just disappear during this action, that's not going to be a good look. Mad slow. No, not. Oh, okay, yeah. No need to apologize. No need to apologize. Mad slow at work today. Hard to not overtrade. Yeah. That's where sometimes I think the argument could be made. Like, if you have a full-time job, that's not a bad thing. Like, if a full-time job is pulling you away from the market and removing the temptation to trade in markets that don't really fit your parameters, then I mean, a penny saved is a penny earned. So not only are you making money from your job, it's also saving you money and therefore making you money by causing you to not trade during markets where you shouldn't trade. Hey, Roland, did you figure out the prop firm? Did you figure out how to use code Clay? I'm always a little worried when people are like, hey, the code's not working, but it sounds like, I hope you got it figured out. I've not heard any other reports about code Clay not working. I made profit on Meta, but I shorted SPY and holding. Why, Nina? Why are you day trading stocks? Oh my goodness. Why? Why are you day trading stocks? Do you not realize how inefficient that is? Like, you day traded Meta. Meta's like 300. What is Meta at? Like, how much capital are you putting into these things? What are we doing here, folks? What $700. Nina, what are you doing? Yes, all good. All right. Well, thank you, Roland, for using the code. Oh, all right. You're swing trading options. Okay, that's a little different. Fine, fair enough. You better not be day trading options, though, Nina. Day trading options is the epitome of working harder, not smarter. Does it really have to be all caps? So when you type into the take profit trader promo code window, it's by default lowercase, like you have to make it all caps. Inefficient to, you can be efficient to someone. Oh, I mean, you can show me the math, CS. I'd be happy to back that up with math. If you want to explain to me how day trading options is efficient, yeah. Yeah, in many areas of trading, I see what you're saying. But no, in this situation, the math is the math. Mathematically, you can't claim that day trading options is more efficient. It's just like, it's literally basic math. Now, CS, if you're about to come throw out some sort of outlier situation, okay, that doesn't, that's not what I'm after. We're talking about just, let's talk about things from like generally speaking. Like, generally speaking, automobiles are a good thing. I'm still waiting for the math, CS. Show me some math. Tell me, I want to see how day trading options is more efficient, or could be more efficient for some. Does anybody hear day trade options? Is anybody curious of why I'm saying that day trading options makes no sense? Sure, they can be ignored. Or is it your contention, CS, that automobiles should be outlawed? Is that your contention, CS? Automobiles should be outlawed. Swing trading well, yeah, Pam's plant is not an argument for swing trading. Why should they be outlawed? Well, don't you know that people are killed every year people are killed in automobile accidents. People use their automobiles to drive into crowds of people and kill people. So they should probably be banned. They're not a good idea. Well, you're telling me that outliers shouldn't be ignored. According to you, outliers, I guess, can prove a point. I don't know what you're doing. Like I said, you're the one that's talking about outliers and saying outliers can't be ignored. All right, well, I'm not ignoring outliers. People do use cars to drive them into crowds. Therefore, cars should probably be automobiles should be outlawed, because per your logic, we have that outlier event, automobile being used to drive into a crowd. So they turn that automobile into a weapon, and outliers can't be ignored. So we should probably ban outlaws or automobiles, huh? What? And that literally proves my point, that efficiency is different to you. No, that's, okay. Okay, thank you for your thoughts. Moving on, let's see. Can we stay above that trend line? All right, we are right out. I can't take that short now. That's too much of a move downwards. But CS, you are more than welcome to explain to me how dealing with theta, when you don't have to deal with theta, makes sense, mathematically speaking. Well, you can sell options. That's not who I'm talking about. The vast majority of people are not selling options. So that's what I mean. I'm not talking about the outliers. We're talking about the vast majority of the population, the vast majority of the data points. Did I say ban outlaws? Did I say that? Matt, I must have said that, and I didn't even realize it. Because Matt Man and Mark are... Oh, that would make sense. I probably meant to say outliers, and I said outlaws, huh? Is that what happened here, folks? Well, I don't know. If you're taking A+ setups, Andrew, then no. That's my point. If you are in high maintenance mode right now and you're like, I'm not going to be done trading, but I'm only going to trade A+ setups from here on out. So we can call that, high maintenance mode. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's way better than just arbitrarily saying you're done and then you pass by, in theory, 47 different A+ setups. Hey, Clay, how many firms are you actively day trading? One. I only use Take Profit Trader. Yeah, I only use one, and I've only ever used one, and that's Take Profit Trader. Just because in my mind, they're a very clean set of rules. I can understand their rules. I like their daily payouts. Once you get to the pro accounts, you can copy trade up to 5 accounts, which I know other ones maybe are more, but yes, that is who I use. And the other one, and the only one that, and the other nice thing about Take Profit Trader is, TBT. But the other nice thing that gets kind of lost is they allow you to do what I call the racehorse model. So what I found for myself and just a lot of others of you that give me feedback is a thing with prop firms is once you pass the test and you get to your pro account or your funded account, whatever they call it, you can get very kind of scared and you can start to trade scared because you're like, I don't want to ruin this account because if I ruin it, then I have to go back through the test phase again. And I don't want to have to deal with that. So that desire to not have to deal with the test phase again can cause fear within your pro account, with your funded account. But what I do, and what's nice about Take Profit Trader is, while I have my pro account, I'm still if you look at your pro account as the racehorse, but while I have my racehorse, I am actively training other horses to turn them into racehorses, to pass more tests. And then once you pass more tests, once you convert more horses into racehorses, I just keep them in the stable. Now with other prop firms, that doesn't quite work because you have to pay every month to have that account. Even if it's not activated, you would still have to pay. But with Take Profit Trader, once you pass the test, the monthly payments go away. But you don't have to activate that account. You can let it just sit there, stay in the stable with no extra fee. So that's what I do. That's what keeps me peace of mind. I can go out there, I can trade my pro accounts, my racehorses, and if I lose one, if I blow one up, that's okay. I know I don't have to go through the test phase again because I already have some sitting in the stable. So I can just plug one in and keep on moving. But the core part of this is while I always have pro accounts, I'm always trying to pass new test accounts so that I can be proactive against I don't want to lose this pro account because then I don't want to have to go through the test phase. No, if you're proactive about it, then you can eliminate that fear. So that's something else that I like about Take Profit Trader Zombie Driver, is that because they don't charge you any more monthly fees after you pass, you can just let an account sit there. You do not have to activate it into a pro account right away. So I like to fill my stable with racehorses that are ready. That way, if I lose an active racehorse, I don't have to go train another horse already or again. No, I've already have trained horses. I just grab it from the stable and put it into motion. Hopefully that makes sense, Trading Zombie, and anybody else. But that's one of those hidden things that really only makes sense to people that probably have experience with prop firms, because a lot of other prop firms, that the racehorse model does not work because, again, any accounts you have, you're having to pay monthly fees on them. Not so with Take Profit Trader. They charge. You are wrong, man. No, that's not. No, they don't. No, they definitely don't. They do not charge you, and this is I have several accounts in my stable, and I can assure you I'm not being charged every month for those accounts. So trading markets, with all due respect, one of us is wrong, but it's not me. Do you have one pro account active at a time? Yeah, right now I just like to keep it. I'm not. Eventually, I'll get in a copy trade, but right now I'm happy with just one. Show them then now. Me showing you is not going to prove that I'm not paying. Like, do you want me to show you my credit card statement that shows that I have not had to make pay? Like, really, what is the guy's name? Trading Markets. Don't believe me then. That's fine. Don't believe me. Okay, I'm wrong. Whatever. Again, how is showing the dashboard going to show that you don't have to? In fact, go ask them right now. Let's go directly to the horse's mouth. Go ask Take Profit Trader, hey, once I pass my test, if I don't activate it, am I going to have monthly fees? Clay, can you refer your horse trainer? You, the person in the mirror, is the horse trainer. Okay, loyal. Whatever. It's not something like that. There's really no point in me even just go ask them then. Like, don't take my word for it. Like, I don't. And at the end of that, I don't. Not to mention what he wants me to show, what doesn't prove what he's saying anyways. Like, okay, I show you my dashboard. How exactly does that prove whether or not I'm paying monthly on those accounts? It doesn't. It doesn't. PK, I do the same thing you do with Take Profit Trader. I think you mean 0. You have either an I or a L or a 1. I think you meant 0. 0 monthly fees after you pass. So Pickem Long, I think you had a typo. Hey, 9 more likes, and we're at an area that we have not been for several weeks. So if you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. There you go. Yeah, no monthly fees after you pass. Well, according to Trading Markets, you and I are wrong. I have a sneaky suspicion that Trading Markets is confusing a test account with a pro account. Because yes, test accounts do have monthly fees. That's why I'm constantly saying pass that test within the first month, and then the fees go away. Oh, I see. So see, hey, Pet Chem Long, when you say there's no monthly fees, now Trading Market, so I guess he trusts you, doesn't trust me, but good. Okay, fine. There you go. Oh, that's all it took. It just took Pet Chem Long to say it. But yes, I'm a big believer in the racehorse model. No, if you have ice water in your veins and you have a pro account and that's the only pro account and you have nothing in reserve, and the thought of I don't want to have to go through the test accounting, it doesn't freak you out, then I guess the race. But I think a lot of people, like I said, at least that I've talked to, like that can be a source of fear when you're trading, and you can't be trading scared. I am not an authority on the matter because I don't keep pro accounts for it. Well, you don't do it yet, Jim. Yet. Missed last week. I had to travel from Georgia to South Dakota and then to all over the place. Now to the trading grind. Nice, Ranger. Ranger Randall, are you into prop firms? And if so, do you use Take Profit Trade? Well, either way, FYI. Take Profit Trader is running a really good deal right now, if you're not aware. I only bring it up because you said you were not gone last week. Apex has no monthly fees either. Yeah, if you pay the lifetime activation fee. Yeah, that can drive up the the cost of the racehorse model in a hurry. Okay, well, just so you're aware, Ranger, if you're not aware, right now Take Profit Trader is doing a flash sale where it's still 40% off and no activation, but they'll also refund you back your test. So if you pass your test and then get that first payout, they'll refund you back the amount. So if you're doing the 50K and you pay 102, if you pass with this account and then on your first payout, they'll give you the first payout amount plus the 102. So then at that point, your all-in risk would literally be $0. So it's kind of a bonkers deal. Best deal in the industry by far, because as far as I'm aware, no other deal right now in the prop firm industry is, ends up in a spot where you're like, I literally have zero expense now. I mean, the expense is already super low anyways at 102, but I mean, obviously zero is even lower than 102. So yeah, right now, best deal in the industry. So might want to consider that as somebody that's already using TPT to add another account or what have you. I think it makes sense. Yes. So in case you're not aware, there you go. Trading market is gonna buy. Do I need to do I don't know. Do you need to do a super chat? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, you do actually. You said you tried to do one on Friday and then you weren't fast enough. You have to pass within 30. I mean, you don't have to pass within 30 days. Whenever you pass the test, the fees go away. Oh, I'm sorry. I think you're talking about that deal. Yeah, within the 30 days. 150 or 150 or 50K you suggest? I don't know. It depends. Do you want more drawdown? Do you want more wiggle room that you can lose trading markets? If you're saying, yeah, I want more wiggle room, I want more downside cushion, then the answer would be, well, you'd want the 150K, because with the 150K, you can lose up to 4,500 before they say, you're done. But if you do the 50K, you can only lose up to 2,000. Now, on the flip side, though, again, everything's counterbalanced. On the 150K, sure, you can lose more. You have more wiggle room to the downside, but in order to pass the test, you also do need to make 9K. On the flip side, with the 50K, only have to make 3K. So like I said, it's all give and take. And it's kind of also one of those things where you just got to experiment. Go get a kid. And no, the kids are busy. They're doing, I don't know what they're doing, but they're busy. I will buy then. All right. Well, we're coming down here a little bit, but like I said, I had a long order down here. I'm still somewhat interested in that, but at this point, it just seems to want to stay up here. But yeah, I was trying to get long down here. I still am interested, but like I said, that seems kind of, I don't know. With this was just some sort of little spike action. I'm asking what the buffer is. The drawdown. So once you go to the pro account, the buffer is whatever the drawdown amount is. So on the 150K, buffer would be 4,500. All right. Well, we have this line right now that maybe I kind of sort of potentially care about that line. I don't know if that's true or not. I guess you could, I don't know. You could short the breakdown. You have a pretty clean-cut stop up here. It's really just a question of, do you feel like risking 15 points? No, not plus 100. Drop the dwarves and let's see it. Huh? $25K are the best when it comes to. Yeah, there's all sorts of ways to look at it. I've also always found the argument somebody made, which is true. You do have to go into it with the assumption, which is the accurate assumption. You're going to blow accounts. Like, you are going to fail. That's part of it. You blowing accounts is part of prop firm trading, which may sound bad, but the reality of the matter is, within the prop firm space, a blown account at worst is a couple $100. So there's another thought process with Take Profit Trader is, if you go in assuming you're going to blow an account, well, within Take Profit Trader, to reset the account, in other words, to try again, is only $100 across the board. So from a bang for your buck, if you do the 50K and you blow it, again, operating on the assumption that, yeah, sure, you're going to blow up some accounts. Well, when you go to get it back, it'll be $100. $100 for what? Well, 50K in purchasing power. But for the same $100, if you started off there, that same $100 would now be giving you 150K purchasing power. So what do you want for the, we'll call it kind of the bang for your buck argument. Bang for your buck 100, do you want the 50K? Or bang for your buck 100, do you want 150K? Again, I'm not saying that's the right way either to go about it. My point here is there's many different angles about how do you want to determine what would be the best account for you. And everybody's got their different outlooks on it. But I think that makes, as somebody that loves a good deal, I'm like the guy that likes to go to. I like myself coupons and good deals. It's like, okay, yeah, bang for your buck. That second round, when it's going to be $100 to reset and try again. Do I want that $100 to give me, quote unquote, only $50K in purchasing power? Or would I want that same $100 to give me $150K? But yes, again, I'm not saying that is the way to go about it. I'm just saying that's another way that I've had, suggested to me, which I say, okay, yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. All right, we are approaching this trend line right here. Maybe a short down through it. A little worrisome on the 5-minute because to short that trend line here, I mean, it's not like the 50 period is right below that level, but I don't know if shorting that trend line break on the 2-minute should have anybody thinking there's going to be some huge move to the downside, because part of that you'd have to assume that the price, pushes down through the 50 period right there. Must trade 5 days in a row to pass along with not blowing eval. Once you pass the test, you can hold active. No, you don't have to trade 5 days in a row. The minimum of the test phase is 5 days. Which is deceiving, because I know other prop firms are like, well, you can pass in 1 day. Which again, in the prop firm space, the actual question to ask is, well, how far am I away from actually being paid? And with Take Profit Trader, you are 6 days away. Because sure, the test phase is 5 days, but on day number 6, you could get to that point where you're eligible for payouts. So you could be eligible for payouts within 6 days. Other prop firms that may advertise, oh, you can pass in 1 day. Yeah, well, the soonest you would be eligible to get actual payouts is like 8 or 9 days. So you got to be careful of, well, I would never do Take Profit Trader because their test takes a minimum of 5 days, whereas such and such, you can pass their test in 1 day. Yeah, but you got to look beyond that. How many days is it where you would ever be eligible to get potentially paid? And Take Profit Trader is only 6 days. But no, you do not have to trade 5 days in a row. It's just 5 days are the minimum for the test. But you can take as long as you want to pass the test. The minimum is 5. It may be tricky. I'm just saying, just in general, 6 days is what you could, if everything went in your favor, 6 days. And for other prop firms, even if you passed 1 day, still, if everything goes in your favor, you're still 8-9 days out. You're welcome, Zombie Driver. Please use code Clay if you decide to make the move. It would be appreciated. Look at that, 253 likes. This is a great group. Great group. Maybe we even get up to 275 likes. Again, if you have not yet hit the like button, do that. But yeah, we're in not record-breaking territory, but territory that has not been seen for a while. So I appreciate it. Love the chat. Everybody's talking it up. Good stuff. Trading action. It's okay. I mean, it's been a profitable day on the live stream, but it's just kind of a lot of waiting, because it has, for my strategy at least. But yeah, if you have been finding good trades, then fantastic. Clay, use your code for over 15 accounts. Just did 2 today. That being said, there are future prop firms where you can get. Maybe. Yeah, fair enough. But again, that's not the only reason why I'm recommending them. I would assume those prop firms probably have the consistency rule and a lot of other crazy stuff going on. But I like the clean set of rules. And my premise with all this is, because at the end of it, at the core, remember, I'm here to make people aware of Pam's Plant. Pam's Plant being day trading futures through a prop firm. So if that's my core goal, then I'm assuming then there are beginners that have never traded futures, never used a prop firm. So I want to give them a very clean black and white experience. And that's what I believe Take Profit Trader offers, especially when it comes to the rules. Best time trade, open or close? I have no idea, Muhammad, because I have no idea what your strategy is. I have no idea what your risk tolerance is. So an impossible question for me to answer. Brooklyn, my thoughts on that is right there. Me deleting that out. That prop firm name needs to stay out of here. That's my thoughts on all that. So Brooklyn, I know you meant no ill intent, but that's my thoughts. Hopefully me deleting that out shows my thoughts on that particular prop firm. But again, this is a take profit trader stream because I'm operating under the assumption that there are new people, and the quickest way to overwhelm a new person to prop firms is to throw like 15 different prop firms at them. Be like, hey, futures are great. Make sure you do it through a prop firm. And then here you go. Here are 8 different prop firms. Now, from a business standpoint, yeah, am I being smartest? Would it be smarter for me to have like 5 or 6, 7 different affiliate codes? Probably. But at the end of the day, on the flip side though, but I don't want to overwhelm people that are new and then throw 7 different prop firms at them, because that's going to make them feel confused, overwhelmed, and then they're never going to do Pam's plan, which in all actuality is the most efficient way to day trade. TPT all day. Good to see you, Frank. And they're so easy. Frank, I don't know how you're not a mod yet. All right, Frank, I'm adding you as a mod. I don't know why. So if you're ever around, Frank, please do not ban people or put people in timeout. But if you see a comment that is just ridiculous, then delete away. I thought you would have been a mod. There you go, Frank. But yes, obviously you're not under no obligation. Thinking of a long here, seeing if we can get a push up through here. But also want to be careful on it. I don't know. Is this actually wanting to push up through? 5 minutes looking interesting. In my mind, it's like, okay, I think we've gone long enough sideways. Is this consolidated enough to maybe try to make a curl back upwards? But on the flip side, I mean, we're already up quite a bit on the day. Not that we can't go higher, but I'm trying to factor all this into my decision-making process right now. I'll use the power responsibly, of course. I know you will. Only ban Clay. Yeah. Yes, I'm the person that should be banned for sure. Yeah, I'm still having trust issues a little bit. What? Where did True? Where'd that Love Izzy just disappeared. Said he was going to call out the next trade, and then just disappeared. Izzy Love, where are you? Dead cat bounces are always a big green candle on the day, so it's scary to really short that. Dead cat bounces are always a big green candle on the day. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. In my mind, I'm thinking, well, how could a big green candle be a dead cat bounce? That seems to be like a contradiction. Like if it's a big green candle, then it's not a dead cat. So I'm not understanding what you're saying, Nina. Got embarrassed and called. No, I don't know. I don't know. He's been fine, but I don't know. Maybe he got busy at work. I have no idea. I'm not even going to speculate. I think you should remove the Dom and add the 5. Well, thank you for your suggestion. I will take that into consideration. Great community today. Thanks all. I can't. Yeah. Thank you, Zombie. Good questions. And yeah, hopefully you make the move with Take Profit Trader. Use code Clay. Feed some hungry children. Do you plan on streaming the market open soon as well? No. That is for that time of my day is for devoted towards paying members. I do offer a private community that is paid. I suppose I can turn that into a quick plug. There you go. If you're interested in my private community, that is where my time goes at that point. So no, I don't have any. There will be no streaming open. And I think I found my groove here at 11 a.m. A lot of people are kind of wrapping up at 11, so give people an alternative. Like, okay, XYZ is wrapping up their live stream. Hey, look, I can go watch that beautiful individual known as Clay Trader. I can go look at that Greek god, Clay Trader. That's kind of my... I think 11 a.m. Eastern is a good time for people to observe Greek gods. Again, not in their trading. I'm not saying I'm a Greek god trader. I'm just saying I look like a Greek god physically, okay? That's all I'm saying. So everybody calm down. So yeah, some people do like to look at Dom. Yeah. I don't know what they like to look at, but they like to look at it. And that's fine. Hey, we are 14 likes away from 275, which is kind of crazy. So let's get up to 275 likes by the 4-hour mark, and we'll push this beyond the 4-hour mark. Let's see if we can get enough, if the interest is still strong enough to get this up to 275 likes. So I think we can get 14 likes. I mean, we have 240 people. So I think we can get this up to the 275 like mark in the next 10 minutes. Market amateur hour, 9:30 to 10:30. Oh, I don't know. I love 9:30 to 10:30. I like that opening part. That's always kind of been where my comfort level's at. I don't know if I could fit I guess I could fit the 5-minute over there, just be smaller. All right. We're getting close to that lower trend line here. Maybe a short coming. All right, nice. We're 6 likes away from 275. I don't know. Maybe we even hit 300 today. This has been a great crowd. Thank you, Emmy. So further proof of why reminders are a good thing, because sometimes people just forget. Maybe we can get 300 likes. Look at that. The power of charts right off of that trend line. You dirty rat. I'm not going to take it short on this candle. If that causes me to get left behind, then so be it, Billy. But this next candle here, if I can get a nice little risk profile, I'll consider it. How many kids do I have? Last time I consulted the spreadsheet, we were at 6. So yes, using code CLAY does indeed go to feed hungry children. These children happen to be mine, and they're hungry. Doggone it! That did not give me enough time. Well, if somebody else was not as high maintenance as me on that trade and you took the breakdown, so far, congratulations. Now, this is all hindsight confirmation bias on my part. Had this thing come down here and then just boom, I'd be sitting here like, yes, look how smart I look. I'm glad that I was high maintenance, but no. Given that did not happen, I'm kind of roasting myself a little bit. All right, 2 more likes, and we're gonna keep on sailing past that 4-hour mark. 2 more likes. This is great. Great crowd. 6 kids at my house, we call that a good start. How many do you have? Now, the thing is, our very first friends in Iowa, so the guy who was the realtor that helped us buy the property and buy the land and all that sort of stuff, we are now good friends with them. But he's a father of 13. So yes, he literally makes my 6 look like around it, like 6. What are you talking about? 13. You have 11. Awesome. Yeah. Oh, you have 7. Gotcha. All right, well. Fantastic. Big families. It's where it's at. Never a dull moment. Never a dull moment. That is for sure. Still thinking about maybe a short here. Maybe trying to back test. So if this closes like down around here. So let's say it closes like right here and then comes back up. Maybe try to get short here and then look for the rollover back to the downside. All right. I wish it would have closed a little bit lower down here, but might still have something to work with here. Is there number 7 in the cards? I don't know. We really only planned our first 2. After that, it was kind of like, we'll see what happens. All right, never hit the... It got close. Got close on the 5 minute. Never quite hit that purple line, which previously it did provide a bounce point. You know, that doesn't mean that it's going to provide a bounce point again, but that's why I'm a little skeptical of getting short here, because if I'm short and it comes down there and boing, then that's not going to be, you know, the most pleasant of experiences from the short side of things. But we'll see. We'll see if it wants to maybe come back down. DJ Khalid? I'm not that hip. I don't understand that reference. Does he have a bunch of kids or something? All right, here's a question for the chat. Do you have kids? So the next number you give, I will attach to the number of kids you have. So the question, do you have kids? If so, how many? So give me that number. This is a 100,000 account that I'm trading right now, Ibrahim. Oh, Zombie's got 6 too. I knew that about Nathan. Dash 2. Lobber 0. Matt 3 2 2 0 2. I do NQs too. Ibrahim, I'm just doing micros because it's afternoon trading and I'm not the best afternoon trader. Darcy was 6 too. 2 fur babies. Gotcha. All right. I've got 2 of them, a 19-year-old and a 22-year-old, both in college. Gotcha. What are they studying, Matt man? Another one is his famous saying, there's memes. Okay. I guess I'm out of the meme game. I was not aware too. Cool. We got a lot of parents in here then. That's good stuff. 3 girls. Yeah, girls and boys are definitely different. We have 4 girls and 2 boys. JB was 6. All right. Team 6 not showing up. So range bound, but doesn't feel like there is enough range to get a good scalp in. Yeah, I hear you. I can see that. Architecture, engineering, and psychology. Very cool. I guess I wasn't quite sure that architecture and engineering went together. But yeah, is it like a dual major? But either way, cool. I like it. Civil engineering. But civil engineering, like architecture, they're more of the artsy ones, right? Architecture, they're more of like the artsy fartsy people. The civil engineers are like, got the pocket protectors, they got the tape on their glass, they don't know how to talk to girls. And I'm allowed to say that about engineers because I am a former engineer, so I'm allowed to make fun of engineers. We are dorks and we are scared of girls. Don't forget to drink water. That is true. I have not been doing good in that regard. Thank you though. That's good. That's good accountability. I do. Who said that? Full on tilt. I do agree. It's kind of rangy. And it's not really jiving with my personal preference of movement. So that's why I'm being a little skeptical. And as I said earlier, as day traders, it's a little counterintuitive, but the vast majority of your orders that you're using should be this right here, the SOH. Sit on hands. The vast majority of trading is not trading. I understand, but I'm a day trader. So if I'm not trading, I'm not being very good day trader, am I? You actually are. Again, it's a counterintuitive thought, but it's kind of how it goes. Yeah, engineers. Yeah, we're all scared of girls. That's just part of being an engineer. You're scared of girls. I wear that very proudly. I was scared of girls growing up. I'm still kind of scared of girls to an extent. I have a few friends who are architects, and yes, artsy fartsy, which is fine. Like architects, like I have a buddy that's an architect. Like I didn't. I'm not saying I'm right, but as far as I'm aware, civil engineering and architecture are like two separate things. But I don't know. Maybe there's like a dual discipline that combines them somewhat. I could see an architect being a civil engineer really helpful because the architect up front can be like, yeah, that's a cool design, but like physics wise, probably not going to work out. With 6 kids, you conquered your fear of girls. That is true. He sets up now where he could go either one. Oh, interesting. I'm into developing, and I am pushing my boy toward civil engineering, but he's leaning towards architecture. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, the world's always, well, who knows anymore with AI, but I would say, yeah, the world's always going to need some form of engineers. I know civil engineers that sign off on the architect. Yeah, well, I just assumed that was kind of always the case. Like an architect needed a civil engineer to eventually sign off on the thing. What about TSMC, you think, though? Well, I think that you need to do more learning. Because just asking me, Albert, what do I think about TSMC shows that you are new. And that's fine to be new, but that is a very dangerous question you just asked. And so given that you don't even realize that was a dangerous question, tells me you are very new. Therefore, slow down and do more learning. Short here? I'm scared of short here because of this over here on the 5-minute. To go short here on the 2-minute, on the 5-minute, you got that 50 period right below you. So I don't know if getting short here, right above a very realistic potential bounce point, for me, that's got me a little nervous. You know, I'm just going to see if we can do it. I don't know if we have enough likes out there, but the all-time record of the live stream is 330 likes. So I'm not planning on breaking a new record, but it has been over a month since we've been over 300 likes. So if you have not yet hit that like button, hit that like button. We were consistently getting over 300 likes back in late June. And then just because the live streaming is a savage industry, I went on vacation first week of July, and I mean that stunted the numbers. That slowed things down quite a bit. I get it. I understand. Once you find somebody you like, if they disappear for a week, yeah, you're gonna go find somebody else. So ever since I did that, I realized, live streaming is a savage industry. If you disappear, I mean your numbers are gonna suffer. So the numbers are slowly coming back. So that's why I say, wow, this could be the first time that we're maybe get up to 300 likes, which would be great. No kids are accidents, but I did have a few surprises. Yeah, we may or may not have a couple of surprises too, that's for sure. He was planning on software engineer and put 2 years into that, but he switched the plan because of AI. Yeah, that's the whole software engineering thing and coders. That's something where AI, man, kind of blitzkrieged everything. I don't know, Drinky. I remember you, Drinky. It's hard to know if you're being serious or not. When I remember somebody's name and I remember them as a potential troll, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying you are a troll, Drinky, but for some reason in my mind, I'm seeing Drinky and I'm thinking, I think that guy was a troll. So I'm not sure if that's actually worth addressing because I don't even know if you're being serious about it. Do engineers? I mean, does engineers smoke weed? I don't know. Maybe I would assume some engineers do, but does that mean all engineers do? I think that might be a little bit of a blanket statement. Now it is true that all engineers are scared of girls. That is a blanket statement that is safe. Why? Well, because I said it. But do all engineers do that activity? I don't know. Yes, I confirm as a former engineer, I did not hang. I have no experience with Mary Jane. Me and Mary Jane, we never hung out. I wonder if getting high is bad for day trip. I mean, I don't know. And maybe put it to the test. Set up a spreadsheet. Again, just continuing to sit above on the 5 minute, that 50 period moving average. So I just don't, if anything, I should probably be thinking long here, but I don't know. It's starting to get later afternoon. Is this going to be some situation where, these lower highs, is this the leading indicator that this thing is about to kind of just, what if that was supposed to be an arrow? And yes, this is a potential setup. So what's the setup called? You would just say, oh, this is the setup, all right? That's the name of it. How you spell it, there is no spelling. It's a sound. Dash, I'm gonna submit to you that the answer to that question is on the screen. So I'm not gonna give you a fish. I'm gonna teach you to fish. But Dash, the answer to that question is located on the very thing you're looking at. Well, Drinky, yeah, I don't know how you define intermediate time frame. So I have no idea. I promise it's there, though, Dash. I promise. Well, yeah, exactly. Some do and some don't. I would assume is like of all career fields. Like, is Jimbo here? Dash, look at the screen very closely, Dash. Look at the screen very closely, Dash. I think you're, well, I don't know. You're the guy asking about smoking weed. So maybe you're not, I don't know. Are you high out of your mind right now? Maybe that's part of the reason. Why would it have to be open? Your question was, have you made a trade today yet? What does that have to do with open? What has to do with me having an open position? Okay, Omar is trolling. If Omar is not trolling, I'm putting him in timeout immediately. Drinky, you can send pics. Feel free to join the private community, Drinky. But like, and I'm not saying this is what you're necessarily expecting, but like, this is not the, like, I'm not looking to like turn this into a one-on mentorship. Like, I'm not looking to break down anybody's personal trades. Because if I do that, then no, I'm not looking to, I already have a mentorship program, part of the website. So if you're interested, check it out. But this is not the place for me to start to break down individual trades and like, well, no. Again, Omar, you have been on the live stream. So Omar, I assume that you understand my screen, Omar. Khan, Safi, Kin. Like, surely you know how to answer that question. Have you figured it out yet, Dash? Incorrect, Zombie. Incorrect. That is the same account, but two different contracts within the account. Fair enough, Drinky. Yeah, I'm looking at many things. Which is why it always makes me quiver. They're like, man, Clay, I'm not saying you can't learn from the live stream. I'm not saying that. But it's like, there are so many built-in assumptions of what I'm looking at that, like, so here's an example of okay. Down here, realize P&L, green numbers. So have I made trades? I have. How can you tell? Well, I have realized profit and losses right there. So to Dash and Omar, I'm more so, Dash I think is new, fair enough. But Omar, I am shocked. I recognize your name. Like, how do you not know how to determine if I've made a trade or not? Like, my mind is blown, Omar. I think Omar and Dash are hanging out. I think they're, are you guys puffing on something right now? Dash, Omar, you guys hanging out right now? Huh? You guys got some Clorox, some bleach? You doing a little bit of chemistry right now? Dash, Omar, be honest. Little Clorox, little bleach, little soap, Little cayenne pepper, some test tubes, little beaker flame, huh? Maybe you guys in a trailer out in the woods somewhere, huh? Dash, bad goal. Use it as another income stream. The best goal possible, because this is what the wealthy people do that I've studied. They create multiple streams of income. Amen. ISSC. I'm not sure what that. Are you telling me about stocks right now, Amin? I don't know what it. I'm guessing ISSC is a ticker symbol and GLXY is a ticker symbol, but I don't know. 32 to 71. I don't know what you're talking about, Amin. Why does yours show separate PL for NQ, MEQ? Mine don't. I don't know. I don't know. But the way I have mine set up is right here. Whoop, is right here. So that maybe that explains it. So Trapstar or anybody else, how do I set up my platform like yours? There we go. I'm not saying that you have to set it up like this. But if you're interested, there you go. Oh, we are 8 likes away from 300. I mean, we can do it, can't we? We can get up to 8 likes. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. I'm thinking I get my traditional portfolio up to 1 million and trade full time. Yes. Yes. I don't know any full-time day traders. Multiple streams of income is the way to go. If you are trading and you have to make money to pay that mortgage, or you're trading, you have to make money to buy diapers, or you're trading because you have to make money for X, Y, and Z, the pressure will be immense. But if you have a full-time job or other streams of income at least, that is going to severely reduce the amount of pressure. So like I said, I don't know any full-time day traders. Before you tell me, well, so-and-so is full-time. Yeah, don't tell me someone that's got a YouTube channel, that sells a Discord, that has affiliate codes. That, again, to those people, great. They're doing multiple streams of income. But don't tell me that they're a full-time trader. They're definitely not. I want trading to be my only source of income. Bad goal. Bad goal. Now, if you want to be a full-time income stream creator, good goal. Do you diversify into multiple types of trading or mostly day trade? No, not multiple types of trading. I do invest though, but I'm kind of parsing out those two words. Investing and trading are two different things. So yes, I do invest. I have lots of invest stocks and stuff like that. Investing, but like trading, no, I'm just a day trader. The Canton, full-time trader. No, I'm pretty sure you have other streams of income. I highly doubt that within your picture right now, that is the only stream of income. Now, we did have this situation last week, and the person was honest enough to be like, well, it's only my stream of income, but like my spouse has a job and works. It's like, okay, well, within your financial picture, you're not a full-time trader. Your spouse is actually bringing in money too. Yes, yeah, then Baldy Locks, that's a good name. Yeah, I do invest, yes. You don't have a boss though, right? No, I don't trade full time. I trade, I have claytrader.com, I have a YouTube channel, I have real estate investing, I invest in farmland. So I have lots of things going on. So no, I do not trade full time. I could never be a full-time trader. With 6 kids, the pressure would pop my head like a pimple. Drinky, my friend, if you want to like get in all these discussions, join the community. Join the private community. Dinky, Drinky, Dinky, Drinky. There you go, Drinky. There is the link. And everybody, and anybody, well, if you're just a troll, well, if you're a troll, I'm not saying you're, I'm just saying by definition, trolls won't join because it's amazing what a $99 price tag, even if it's $99 for 3 months total, not $99 for a month, $99 3 months total, what a little price tag like that will do to filter out trolls. Oh, shoot, you're the one that got 6 kids. I thought it was just, no, I have 6 kids too. Yep. Do you invest with a focus on dividend? Yeah, I am. My personal journey in my finances, my personal journey, I'm after passive income. Like I don't like. I'm not trying to turn some sort of money into a way bigger amount. I'm okay in that regard at this point. I'm all about cash flow. I want to buy cash flow. Particularly, I want to buy passive cash flow. So that is what I am after. I'm not looking to buy. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. We are right at the 5 minute here on the, look at that, right at that purple line. So that's why I was saying I was a little scared to short this entire time. Not that purple line can't, be violated, but I would hope nobody's shocked to see, oh wow, look at a little hammer forming at the 50 period. Huh, who would have thought that? Hopefully nobody's shocked by that. But that's why this whole time. But yeah, so right now I'm just I want to buy, I'm only paying for cash flow. Like that's where my money goes. I realize other people are like, no, I want growth. I want to grow from this to that. But that's where everybody's at different journeys. But per the question, yes, at this point, I like dividends because I'm looking to buy cash flow at this point. I want to make money when I sleep. I want to wake up every morning and have the choice, do I want to do anything today? And if not, I can just lay in bed. And yet bills will still get paid. That's my goal right now. No, I don't foresee myself ever just laying in bed 24 hours a day, every day a week. That seems like it might get boring. But I want that as a choice. I want to be able to wake up and be like, do I feel like getting out of bed today? Or should me and my wife just make out all day long? I want that choice. I want to be able to make out with my wife all day long, yet still know bills are getting paid. That's the goal. That's the goal. Are we? No, I'm not a prepper. Well, I guess that depends on how you define prepper. But as far as the definition I am aware of, no, I'm not a prepper. Suppose that's how you get to 6 kids. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I'm not sure making out is how that happens. I see what you're saying, though. I just told you, Dash, I'm making money. I want to make money. So I can have the option of making out with my wife all day if I want, and bills still get paid. I want passive income. That's where I'm at. That's the goal. I think that should be everybody's goal. I want the choice to be able to make out with my wife all day and do nothing else, yet bills still get paid. I think that's a good goal. Or for you wives out there, I want the choice to make out with my studly husband all day long and do nothing else, yet bills still get paid. That's the goal. How do you have your 5 minute? Because I have that. I don't know. I have the desktop version. I'm not using the web browser, so maybe that's the answer. For me, it's private schools for my kids. My school district. Well, we homeschool, so my wife is a rock star in that regard. Do women even day trade? I figure they do have a bigger ROI. Well, I mean, okay, we won't go into that. Never mind. But yes, women. I think women make better day traders, anyways, because us guys kind of struggle with our ego. Well, I mean, yes, it's if you can't see the difference between what you propose in day trading from a degradation point of view, I don't know. I don't know. I would like to just golf all day while the bills are getting paid. No, you want to be making out with your wife all day. You know it, Mad Max. but women are scientifically known to be more emotional. Yeah, but I don't know if that really translates perfectly. Like, the biggest thing for trading is egos. Like, that is the biggest thing, is an ego. Like, think about any of your trade problems. Odds are it boils back to, like, having too big of an ego. Are you going to make your kids work even if you're making... What? Yeah. My poor kids. Listen. I'm adopting the model. When I grew up, I went to high school with a family. This family owned, in fact, yeah. I mean, they're a publicly traded company. ANDE. Let me see. Is that the ticker symbol? ANDE. Yeah, all right, here we go. So I grew up, went to high school with blah, 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 worked for this company right here, the Andersons. So the dad started it, and then he had 5 sons. So one of the sons was like, I played football and stuff. I actually dated his daughter for a while. But anyways, great family. So anyways, obviously with the way public companies work, you can go and look at the financials. You can see who the owners are, how much stock they have, and then you can do the calculations. Okay, well, if this is how much stock they own, and this is the current price. But anyway, so this was way back in like 2001. But anyways, long story short, one of the Anderson guys, like, he was worth like $45-50 million, and every single one of and they had 8 kids. But when they graduated, they did not go to college right away. They had to take a year off to go work for 1 year straight to save up enough money to then go to that first year of college. And I still remember Sam, played football with him. Like, he literally went to Alaska to work for that whole year. He did like 80-hour weeks working in a fish factory to save enough money, and then he eventually, went to Ohio State. So I'm adopting that model. My kids are going to learn to work. I'm trying to make money so my little sisters don't have to work. Well, I don't know. It's an interesting dynamic in that. But yes, my kids are definitely going to be taught the work ethic. Well, Drinky, I can assure you, I have women traders that have been part of my mentorship. One of them is one of the reasons why I'm doing prop firms. Michelle is her name. I don't know if she's around, but Michelle went on like a 2-week European vacation, paid for all by prop firm profits. That makes sense. Prop firm profits. Yeah, women in trade. Now, are most men? Yes, most are men. But that doesn't mean that women day traders don't exist. How do you find small cap stocks or stocks in general for day? NASML. Well, that's a flawed premise. Why are you wanting to day trade small cap stocks? There are way better ways. Pam's Plant is a way better way. I bet they still had trust. No. I assure you, these were not... The Andersons are no... Look at what the Andersons does as a company. It's like... I know. Some people, you're just... Well, I bet... No. They had to work. They got to work hard. Post the video that you break down the mathematical difference from trading futures versus single stocks. I've never done that video. I should, though. But yeah, day trading small cap stock, NASML is a bad premise. If you want to day trade futures. Futures just move way better. And speaking of the prop firm space, FYI, whether you are never have used Take Profit Trader, they have this sale going to Friday, from what I've heard. Best sale in the business, because right now in the industry, it's the only promotion that, assuming you pass and get paid, you'll literally have $0 in anymore. You will have everything refunded back to you. So it makes sense why it's a flash sale, because deals like this, I don't think they can run in perpetuity, because you could see that being a problem for revenue. But yeah, so if you already use Take Profit Trader, I'm assuming you're aware of the deal. But if not, or if you're a platform trader of somebody else and you've never used Take Profit Trader, now would be the time to definitely give them a try. I promise you will love Take Profit Trader once you get to the pro account, because the pro accounts have the daily payouts and you can get paid every single day. There's none of this waiting stuff, clean set of rules. So again, if you have not yet used Take Profit Trader and you're already a veteran, then definitely now is the time to check them out for sure during this deal. I mean, I would say there's still plenty good deal even without the current flash deal, but now is definitely the time. I mean, you can literally have $0 at risk, because if you get that original payment refunded back to you, you quite literally have $0 at risk from that point going forward, which is a very, very good deal. So, and then also if you enjoy the live stream and you want to help support it, Code Clay is the way to do that. I try to be as transparent as possible, that as much as I do enjoy this, I mean, we're at almost 4.5 hours. It is 4.5 hours away from my family, from my kids, from potentially doing other things. And given that life is pretty much just a big exercise in time management, I need to make sure this is worth my time. So yes, well, you little greedy savage, fine, whatever. But at the end of the day, I got 6 kids I got to worry about and put food on the table. So what I select to do my time with my time when I'm away from them, it needs to be worth it. So if you want to help it be worth my time, and plus you get a good deal too. It's not like you don't get anything out of it. So by helping to make it worth my time, you're also saving money anyway. So I think it's a good win-win for everybody. So if you want to help make the live stream worth my time, then and get a good deal yourself, then Code Clay makes that happen. So a true win-win for everybody. So on the way out, if you don't mind hitting that like, how are we at 299 likes? Come on. Can we get one more like for 300? I didn't realize that. I thought we went up over 300. Come on, don't do me dirty like that. Well, I guess it might be like that. Oh, thank you. Whoever was 300, I appreciate it. There we go. First time at 300 likes in a long time. So hopefully we can keep this momentum going. I will be back at 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Usually I show up early. But either way, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so that you're made aware of when I do go live. So everybody, thank you for being here. This was a fun stream. Good group. Fantastic group, actually. Getting up over 300 likes. So take care, everybody. Like I said, hit that subscribe button on the way out. And turn on notifications so that you're aware of when I do go live. So everybody take care. Have a good one, and I'll see you back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern.